The study session for January 4th, 2021 is now called to order. Would the clerk please read the roll?
Yes, Mayor Kaufman.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Here.
Councilmember Berzins.
Here.
Councilmember Coombs.
Present.
Councilmember Gardner.
Here.
Councilmember Gruber.
Here.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Here.
Councilmember Lawson.
Here.
Councilmember Johnston.
Here.
Councilmember Marcano.
Present.
Councilmember Murillo.
Present.
Executive session update. There was no executive session. There is no update. Mayor's update. Only to say that Mayor Hancock reached out to me about working with him on the issue of homelessness, and so it would be myself, Mayor Hancock, and the mayor of Lakewood, Adam Paul, and so it'd be the three of us. And then the idea, I think, is once we set a vision for the working group, then other mayors would be added in. Are there any issue updates?
Mayor, this is Councilmember Hiltz.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Sorry. Just a question, is that going to include your camping ban as part of a metro-wide homelessness address, or is that being shelved for now?
You know, I am holding it back for now based on some new information, but it's up to the working group as to what to decide.
Okay,
Mayor?
thank you.
Councilmember Coombs.
So are those priorities and plans going to be brought before council for approval?
Oh, they have to be brought before the respective councils for ratification. Whatever came out of the working group, if anything. My hope is there would be something.
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you. I think to follow up on that, would we actually be included in any of those conversations before you all come up with something to present? I understand that Denver has a strong mayor. You know, he's a strong executive. He can basically veto anything. Our structure's a little different, and I think it makes sense if we're all able to be a little more engaged, if that makes sense.
Well, the mayor's reached out to me,
Sure.
so nothing will happen unless the city of Aurora ratifies whatever comes out. But I don't plan on going to you before I go to the meeting, if that's the question.
All right.
Further question? Okay. Any issue updates? Seeing none. Question before us is moving the consent calendar forward. Let me defer to the clerk on a change on item number 2C.
Thank you, Mayor. There's a correction to the title. It's supposed to be consideration to appoint 3 terms, not reappoint 1 term and appoint 5 terms. So there's a correction there, just going to be for 3 terms are up for appointment.
Okay, so I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Okay, so we're reappointing 3 and not appointing any new ones? Just want to get clarification, sorry.
Yes, sorry. No, there are only 3 terms that are up for appointment. There's no reappointment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, then the question before us, unless there are other questions. Question before us is
Mayor, I do have a question.
Yes.
Just because there are 3 terms up for appointment and 5 candidates listed. So are we going to be choosing 3 from among those 5?
Councilor Coombs, I actually have here a list. The list that they provided was everybody that they interviewed. And so they they actually only want Angie Binder, Brandy DeLange, and David Willman to be appointed. And that came from Marshall Brown.
Okay, that's odd because the letter includes reasons for considering for appointment other folks. So I guess, can we pull that off and have a little bit more conversation about this?
Yes, of course. I was just told this afternoon that those were the three that they strongly suggest to be appointed, and they just included everybody that they had interviewed.
Okay, I see that they have for a future opening for some of these. I missed that. Yeah, I guess one of my concerns is, as I have many times stated, is the ward balance on our boards and commissions overall. So we have 2 people from Ward 3, which is an area where we have folks underrepresented on our boards and commissions overall. And so I would respectfully request that we look at one of those folks from Ward 3 rather than appointing additional folks from Ward 6 and Ward 4, which both have pretty significant representation.
Okay, let's.
Mayor, may I make a suggestion?
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem.
Usually, so it's on consent, and I understand the confusion here, but when it goes to the floor, out of all the 5 that were considered, you can nominate anybody. So they'd all be in for consideration, I guess is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Very good.
Yeah,
Good
we
point.
can have that discussion at that time then.
Okay, very well. So the question before us is whether or not to move the consent calendar item number 2A through 2F. Is there any opposition? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't unmute. I can either bring it up now or I guess when it goes to the floor, but I had a question on the snow removal. Is that works?
Go ahead.
Okay, so I understand it is High Plains Metropolitan District, which is Blackstone area, that has requested to do their own snow plowing within their community, which normally we don't allow because of potential damage to our public roads. So it looks like it's a pilot program that we're going to reevaluate in a year. I just wanted to bring it up because I have a lot of other communities in Southeast Aurora that are part of metro districts, and they have also voiced that desire. So none of them, it looks like, have come forward other than High Plains, but just wanted to make that comment that a lot of them are interested in this. So I'd be happy to see if the pilot program is successful.
Okay. Okay, further discussion?
I have a question.
Councilmember Gardner.
On that same item, does staff have an estimate as to what it's going to cost us to make sure that the Metro District complies with the IGA? I mean, there's not significant work, but there is some work, inspecting equipment and reading an end-of-year report and things like that. And so I'm just curious what that's going to look like, and more specifically, to piggyback on what Mayor Pro Tem Bergen said, but if we were to have additional metro districts that were to do this type of arrangement, there obviously would be increased costs for increased staff time.
Staff?
So this is Cindy Collett, Public Works Director, and we have Lynn Center, our Deputy Director of Operations, on, as well as Tom McMenemy. So Lynn, I think you guys pulled some of that data together. Or Tom?
Yeah, Cindy, we did. And it's really, the setup on the front end is where really all the work is when you have to get with the Metropolitan District and go through what we do to fight snow. I feel strongly that the things that we do on the front end are going to protect our assets, protect the curb, gutter, sidewalk, and roadway. So I think the work is pretty minimal as far as what Councilman Gardner's asking.
Further questions on the adoption of the consent calendar?
I have a question on the snow removal.
Councilmember Rosens.
Thank you. I had the same thought that Councilmember Bergen had, that once this goes, if it's successful, other HOAs will want to do it too, the ones that can afford it, because it's going to be expensive. But But Cindy, are you thinking about maybe a damage deposit, or like when you rent a car, you know, you walk around and you see no chunks out of sidewalks, but it's at the end of their first year, you see chunks out of sidewalks. You will bill them for it, or is there something going to be built into that contract?
Yeah, I think as part of this pilot project, that's a great idea to look at options like that, just to make sure that we are protected. That is the idea of doing the initial walkthrough with the district's contractors at both the beginning before the snow season at the end. But that is a great idea, Councilmember Persons.
Thank you.
We'll look into that.
Further questions or comments on the adoption of the consent calendar? Seeing none, the question is whether or not to move the consent calendar forward. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, the consent calendar will move forward. Items from the Policy Committee, Rocky Mountain Partnership Proposal. Mr. Batchelor.
Mayor?
Councilmember Johnson.
Unmuted. Go ahead.
Okay, no, I just wanted to make sure if Mr. Batchelor was having technical difficulties, I could start. But Jason, if you don't mind, we'll tag team with some of that if you wanted to begin.
I was just going to note that obviously, as noted in the backup, that this item began when you last year with the NAACP hosted a meeting during the summer with a number of different community representatives, including I think most, if not all, of our elected officials that were there in attendance to discuss the youth violence problem that was ongoing. During that meeting, the collective impact model was brought up, and particularly by Adams County. It's a model that they've used. And then after that meeting, they brought forward the Rocky Mountain Partnership, which utilizes the collective impact model as a way to address problems, particularly youth violence and other youth issues focusing on youth. And so we spent the fall learning more information about it. You as well, Mayor Pro Tem, at the time, Mayor Pro Tem Johnston, learned about that and then wanted to bring that forward for your colleagues to consider. We have a backup in terms of what this proposal looks like, what the collective impact model is. And so I'll let you take it from there.
Thank you. Yes, that was a good summary. Most of council was at that end of July meeting, including Mayor Kaufman. And obviously, we want to be the most effective way to address violence and youth violence in our city. We brought this forward to Public Safety Policy Committee. Basically just wanted to get that support from council. I know it is an investment of $20,000, but the return on that to have actual outcomes using evidence-based policy, collaborating like we really have wanted to with the region, including Adams County, I think is just going to really be an effective way to address this. And of course, that includes being part of the governance structure and being on the board. So I really hope that we can get all of council on this. We can go into more detail. I'm trying to be sensitive with time and other issues that are going to be discussed. It is in backup, but we can, talk more about what collective impact is, any questions on that, but I hope that we can get support. I know many of my colleagues are familiar with this strategy and have been wanting the city to pursue this for quite a while.
Further questions, discussion?
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
So I guess my concern is how this interfaces with the Denver Regional Council of Governments, CML, the rather large investment that we've made in youth violence within the city, because the structure here, looking at the slides, leaves it undefined as to when this group gets together, then what happens as far as the group. I mean, it's not part of the Denver Regional Council of Governments. It's not. It looks rather loose, and the metrics and measurements seem yet to be defined. So I'm just wondering who we are paying for the $20,000 and what we will receive for the $20,000.
Mayor?
Well, let me go to Councilmember Johnston first.
Sure. And Jason, I may have you tag team. It definitely is separate from DRCOG and some of those other areas. And my understanding is first that this group is going to get together with the city of Aurora and talk about some of the different metrics and outcomes that we want. So I concur that it isn't solidified right now because first we want to join as part of the membership to decide what some of those outcomes were, and we didn't want to basically be prescriptive when one of the reasons we're joining this is we know we have the Denver Compact. We know we are working with DRCOG. We have a lot of things that are going on, but we haven't really structured and committed saying we're going to do a collective impact with these different programs. So I think maybe one of the first things that we do is list. These are all the things that we're doing. What are some of our partners doing? And then start from there to build that collective impact. But if Mayor, if Mr. Batchelor could expand upon that, since staff has been talking to them more about it, that would be great.
Mr. Batchelor.
Yeah, so for the Denver piece, this is actually something that we had told Denver when we were discussing the compact that we were pursuing. So they are now in discussions with Adams County as well to sort of explore that. One of the things that's become apparent when we're talking to Denver is obviously they are a city and county, so they bring county resources to the table that as a city, even a home rule city, we don't have. We don't provide some of those health and human services. And so we think bringing our county partners to the table is a huge step forward. We think it's something we've heard from you all as council and the mayor that we really need to have our county partners at the table. We think this collective impact model and the Rocky Mountain Partnership allows us to do that, allows us to bring Adams County to the table. Denver knows that, is interested in exploring that as well, so that we have all of those partners at the table and are talking about it. And then specifically to your point about making sure we're not duplicating efforts, we have some money set aside for youth violence. That is really the intent of the collective impact model, is to identify who's doing what resources are they bringing, and making sure that we are not duplicating effort and that we are spending our dollars to achieve the outcomes that we are looking for. So I think that is, and as Councilmember Johnston said, that is very early on in that. We have to identify what it is we're trying to accomplish, what are the outcomes we're seeking, and then how do we measure them, and then what are we going to do to get those outcomes.
Further question? Councilmember Coons.
Yeah, so I actually have participated with the Rocky Mountain Partnership and Adams County in their response and recovery teams, particularly around aging adults during the pandemic. And so part of how the process works is that you get everyone who is going to be a part of the process at the table to define the goals, the process, the resources. So that's why there's not a list already created of those goals, the process, and the resources, because they want everyone who is relevant to the conversation to be represented at the table as much as possible. So the county, the city, and then we would identify, and we have this partnership with Denver, and this is what they've committed to doing, and we have this money, and that's what we've committed to putting in. So it's about really making sure that we're not just putting something out there that's abstract and isn't in consideration of what's already being done and what resources folks may know about that we don't necessarily have at this time.
Further discussion?
Yes, Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
So I think I just understood it. Sorry, I was a little distracted, but we are going to be looking at Arapahoe County, Adams County as partners also for resources. Then how does this work with Councilmember Lawson's youth violence program? Does it tie into that?
It absolutely ties into that. As we talk about both moving that forward and working with our county partners there, the discussions we'll be having at the partnership and with our county partners all rolls into those discussions about who's doing what resources are they bringing to the table. So this is all sort of part of those same discussions. Okay,
and definitely once we kind of get it going, then we will definitely have measurable outcomes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing none, is there any,
Sorry.
Councilmember Burzins?
Thank you. Now, did I read in here that it's not just 20,000 to join, it's 20,000 every year?
Yes, ma'am. It's an annual membership. Yes.
And so what if, can we back out of it if we see it's really not what we thought it was? Because like you said, it's really not structured right now. And you know, what if we see we'd rather put money into some other group, some other organization? Can we back out?
Yes. Yeah. So I would say I think it's a 1-year commitment. So certainly beyond this year, we're not committing to anything.
Okay. Thank you.
Further questions or comments? Seeing none, is there any objection to moving item number 3A forward? Seeing none, item number 3A will move forward. Item number 3B, an ordinance adding Division 5 to Article Division 5 to Article 5 of Chapter 2 of the City Code pertaining to the establishment of an immigrant legal defense fund. What I want to do on this is first turn it over to Councilmember Murillo for any presentations that she has, and then what I'd like to do is turn it over to Councilmember Gruber. I think he's got a witness that he wants to ask some questions to, but not have questions until both are done. Both sides are finished, and then let's have questions and let's have discussion. And so, because otherwise, I think last time it's one of those things where everything was said, but not everybody said it. I think, and so just for the sake of time, because we want to get this done in an hour, let's do it that way. So, Councilmember Murillo.
Thanks, Mayor. And I just also want to make a note that though you're just calling on me, this is actually co-sponsored by me and Councilmember Coombs.
That's right.
And I don't know if she had any remarks she wanted to share. And also just for greater context, I still don't know why we're doing this odd back and forth weird debate. It's untraditional. Councilmember Gruber has no involvement in the creation of this ordinance. So to give him time to have an outside speaker as though that is normal, I just can't help but share that again, my frustration and opposition to the change in process. It seems to be selective on certain items. We certainly haven't had this debate every single controversial item. So I am disappointed that we are moving forward in that fashion. But since I am not chair of the committee and I don't run the meetings, I guess that's the rules we'll have to play by. So I hope that the public can bear with us as we kind of stumble through this meeting. So again, thanks. And Allison, I don't know if you want to introduce the item or our speaker on the item as well.
Sure. I mean, I do want to make sure as well that we make time for our city attorney to talk, because I know that this is an area that Mr. Hernandez is pretty knowledgeable about. And so we do want to get his kind of presentation on the item as well. But this is really an opportunity for us to make sure that people have the right to representation, because we know that the right to representation leads to people being more successful at staying here in our country, contributing to our economy, being together with their families, running small businesses, and being workers who do a lot for our city and do a lot of the jobs that we've considered essential during this pandemic. And I also want to make sure that we're really clear that this is an opportunity for us to put forth a very small city contribution in order to leverage a lot of private dollars. And we can get some feedback from Mr. Jahanian from the Hans Meyer law firm about how that has operated in other places where it's in place. And so we have Hans Hernandez from the city attorney's office and Mr. Arash Jahanian who is an attorney with the Hansmeier Law Firm that works extensively with members of the Aurora community and folks that are in the geo detention facility that are here to speak on this item as well.
Councilmember.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Johnson.
Yes, thank you. I just, I feel the need, basically from what Councilmember Murillo said, is that last time it didn't seem like there was deference made to the sponsors or who they set up. And when questions were asked, there were so much of the answers based on a speaker that was brought in toward the end. And I understand, you've said the both sides, and it's always good to get both sides. But if we could have more deference to the sponsors when a question is asked of their folks really making sure that they have that first opportunity, I think that's important. And even if we have that other perspective, I just ask that we try to
if we can proceed now, and for the proponents, what order do you want your speakers to go? Who is?
We'll have Mr. Hernandez first, giving general information, and then Mr. Jahanian answering additional questions.
Mr. Hernandez, please proceed.
Mayor, if the sponsors will allow it, can I ask a question?
I want to, right after after both sides are done, we're going to have time to ask questions. But
I mean, you're putting in speakers without their consent, so I'd like to ask them for their permission if they want to say.
That's
no.
How we're going to. This is how we're going to proceed.
Okay,
Mr. Hernandez.
This is a circus, so.
Mr. Hernandez,
the ringleader.
Please proceed.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. This ordinance establishes a fund within the city. And let me open it real quick so I can guide myself as well. As you could see, all the whereases are already there explaining why this ordinance is put in place. Section number 1 talks about the responsible department, in this case going to be the Office of International and Immigrant Affairs. This will be the department of the city that will be overseeing this addition to the city code beginning in June 1, 2021. So you will be approving, should this be approved, this fund and the office will kick in the responsibility formally on June 1st, 2021. This doesn't mean that they will not be doing preliminary work towards that date, but that's when it will be legally effective. Section 2667 within that section 1 of the ordinance creates the executive committee, and then it explains everything that how that committee is going to work. Probably the most important one, section 2668, talks about who are these non-citizens that are going to be eligible. And then under section 2A, it specifies which sections of the United States Code we're talking about. When the immigrants are under that particular section's proceedings, that's when assistance will be able to be kicked in. And it then describes, the process of how that assistance has to be rendered. It has a poverty level requirement and has a residency requirement. It has a few little details that ties that to the city of Aurora. So section number 3 basically is an exclusionary section that indicates, well, the likelihood that somebody can win or lose the case is not going to be taken into consideration by the office in order to render assistance. And then it goes through the 3 applicants and explains how that works. Then it goes to the reporting to the office that will be monitoring, and then that will be the end of it. The rest of the language is the normal things that we have in our ordinances. The important part here is that this is creating a fund. The fund at this point is not funded yet. You still have to appropriate monies to fund it and then go from there. So essentially the budget office will create a line item there that says immigration fund, or sorry, let me get the correct name, legal defense fund. And then once the money is appropriated, at least what respects to city's money, it will be deposited there, and then that money could be used. It is also open to receive donations and to receive things of that nature that could complement or supplement the fund as well. So that's in essence what we are doing here. And I will yield to Mr. Jahanian in case he wants to precise something a little bit more here.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Thank you, Councilmember Coombs, for the introduction, and thank you to the council for the opportunity to speak this evening. It's a pleasure to be with you again. That was a really good overview by Mr. Hernandez. I will just add a couple details. In terms of the folks who this applies to, who would be benefiting from the fund, it is people who are in removal proceedings, who have essentially been presented with the document that initiates those removal proceedings, so they're defending themselves against the removal. The reason I highlight this is it narrows it to the population of folks for whom the consequences might be most dire in terms of the things they are facing, the potential consequences they are facing. In addition, the poverty level, or excuse me, the income level that they must meet is essentially the same as what's required for qualifications for a public defender in criminal proceedings, so not exceeding 200% of the federal poverty level for the household income. And then the residency requirement for Aurora is the same as it is for voting, for being eligible to vote. And one of the things that Mr. Hernandez did highlight is that this is a universal representation model. Again, similar to the public defender model, the idea here is not to look at what someone is facing, the likelihood of success or failure, but to be able to provide representation to those who meet certain criteria. And then the only other thing I will highlight is just with respect to the folks who are applying for the funds, it was actually be the nonprofits or the attorneys who are representing these individuals in proceedings. And they do have to meet certain requirements, at least 3 years of experience in providing direct legal representation, essentially being good standing and accredited with the courts. And then any additional criteria that the folks who are administrating the fund would determine. So that would be OIIA and the nonprofit that they would eventually work with. And I'm available for any questions that you all may have. Thank you.
Let's go to Councilmember Coombs and Councilmember Murillo for concluding statements. Then I'll go to Councilmember Gruber, and then we'll open it up. Councilmember Coombs.
Oh, I was going to see if Councilmember Murillo had anything.
Sure. Councilmember Murillo.
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember Coombs. Yeah, so, just thank you to our two presenters for kind of elaborating on how this would work, who this would apply to. I mean, really, this was brought forward with the Safer Aurora discussion, and our thought is, how do we best support our immigrant community and create a space where people feel safe and people have the same access to resources regardless, of their nationality. So, again, we wanted to make sure that one of the core pillars of our legal system of having representation for everyone was afforded to that of our immigrant community who are in this particular situation. So I guess also that'll be the only closing remarks. Councilmember Coombs?
Yeah, I mean, I think that universal representation model is incredibly important, that we make sure that everybody have that access. And the impacts cannot be overstated in terms of preserving the rights of members of our community to live, to work, to play, to learn undisturbed. And I know that one area that this has become an issue in some places, both in our state and in our country, is that when local governments are potentially involved with ICE or collaborating in any way with ICE, which is part of our other discussion, that the racial profiling that people experience increases because there is a question of their immigration status that is grounded in assumptions based on race. And as a city, the immigrants who live here are very diverse. It's African immigrants, it's Central American and South American immigrants, and these are folks that do potentially face that same risk of racial profiling. And so when that occurs, we want to make sure that folks do have access to representation. And the ability to remain here again in our country, providing everything that they do to our community, that every person on this council has said they value about our immigrant communities.
Councilmember Gruber. And then we'll open up to questions or comments.
Thank you. First off, let me apologize for attempting to present a dissenting view of a topic that's important to all the residents of the city. I realize my colleagues are upset that I'm attempting to have an informed discussion as opposed to only having their side presented, especially by
Mayor, point of clarification.
Okay.
If I may, Mayor, I thought
Councilmember Murillo.
Thank you. I just think can we stick to the process that we talked about instead of making false statements about the intent of these conversations?
Mayor, please.
Councilmember Gruber.
Okay. Councilmember Gruber, proceed.
Right, and so as I was saying, the president to bring in outside speakers was first done by Councilmember Murillo when she brought in 9 to 5 to speak during our discussions on mobile home parks. So bringing in outside experts was done.
Point of clarification.
For quite
okay, wait, why don't we just, Councilmember Gruber, please, let's get to the issue.
All right, so I'd like to introduce Director John Frappatori. And Director, could you introduce yourself and your role?
Yeah, John Frappatori, again, the Field Ops Director for Immigration and Customs Enforcement Removal Operations, and my area of responsibility is Colorado and Wyoming.
Okay, as we discuss this ordinance, it's important we understand the language used by the federal government with respect to foreign nationals in the United States. To be clear, an immigrant, and we have many of them, almost 20% of the population of Aurora, an immigrant is a person or family who has entered the United States through a legal process with the intention of obtaining permanent residency and possibly citizenship. A legal alien is a person of any race or nationality who has gained a visa and legally entered the United States with the intention of staying for a defined length of time. An illegal alien is a person who has entered the United States without legal authority or has stayed in the United States after their legal authorization has expired or whose legal authority was previously removed by the court. Asylum and refugee status are special circumstances that may lead to temporary or permanent residence upon judicial review. Director, do I understand these terms correctly, and could you expand upon those?
Yeah, those are, basically right. I mean, immigration law is, it's a huge process, but what you just mentioned is basically the process for legality and illegality.
Okay, so what we're talking about now is not about legal immigrants. It's about people being accused of being illegal aliens. At our last meeting, you described the difference between warrants issued for criminal cases and warrants issued for civil cases. Those people arrested for a criminal case go to a criminal court and, based on our law, are assigned a defense attorney if they cannot afford one. That process is not under debate tonight. What we are discussing tonight is the immigration court administrative process for determining whether aliens must leave the country for violating immigration law. I realize Immigration and Customs Enforcement does not operate the immigration court, so I don't intend to ask you questions about how it is run. However, since ICE delivers people to the court, I would like to ask about that. So my understanding is there are 3 main groups of people who undergo administrative hearings in the immigration court. And again, these are not immigrants per se, but folks accused of being in the country illegally. The first group consists of those who are not U.S. citizens and have been convicted or charged with a crime involving moral turpitude, such as murder, kidnapping, drug dealing, rape, extortion, larceny, and others. The second group consist of people whose home country has issued a warrant for their arrest. And the third group are people who do not have a criminal conviction and will have their entry claim of asylum or refugee status adjudicated, or have an immigration violation such as overstaying their visa reviewed. Do I understand this correctly, and would you please expand?
Yes, sir. So, basically right now we have, about 240 in custody, 50 from 51 countries. 90% of those cases have criminal convictions. 25 basically are non-criminal at this point. And of the 25 that are non-criminal, 4 were just recently arrested at DIA coming into the country and had issues with admissibility. 2 were prior removals that had their charges dismissed, but the charges were for sexual assault and DUI. And then 12 are border cases that were transferred up here to Aurora. So, out of those 240 cases in which there's criminality in those cases, 25 basically make up immigration violations and such as that.
Okay, so those other ones aren't presupposed or aren't supposed criminals, or they aren't alleged criminals. Those are people that have gone through court and have been charged, or they are charged in court, or they have been convicted in court. Is that correct?
Yeah, actually, the 215 were all have convictions.
Okay, so they are in fact criminals.
Yes.
All right, so the purpose of the ordinance under discussion tonight is to create a fund and a new organization within the city's Office of Immigration and Immigrant Affairs, and provide, and the number that I've heard is starting $50,000 of taxpayer money to assist aliens in defending, or to assist aliens in defending themselves in immigration court. Again, I realize those courts are operated by the Department of Justice, so the inner workings of the court are not in your area of expertise. However, your organization has a responsibility to deliver aliens to the court. Is it true that as these aliens go into court, they are given a list of charities that provide pro bono or free lawyer assistance?
Yes, that's actually policy to give them a list of free legal assistance.
Okay, and then from those could you list a couple of those charities, by the way?
Right now, Rocky Mountain Immigrant Advocacy Network, American Bar Association, Detention and LOP, Catholic Charities, Lutheran Services. There's a myriad of organizations that do give free legal services to illegal aliens.
Okay, and then, but going a little bit further on that, we talked about before that a majority of the people going for, or at least being held in a detention center now, are convicted criminals or those with warrants from their home countries. So do these charities, does Catholic Charities provide legal assistance to convicted criminals and people with these warrants?
Not usually. In fact, on their website, they list that they won't represent criminal aliens. But I won't say that none of the volunteer organizations won't do that. It is up to those organizations. But many of the organizations do not represent criminal aliens.
All right. Thank you, Director. Those are all the questions I have.
Any concluding remarks, Councilmember Brewer?
Well, yes, the message we can take from this discussion is that aliens who face court without a criminal background are typically provided an attorney by the various charities. In fact, I understand each person who is detained, as we talked about earlier, is given a list of organizations that will provide support to them pro bono or funded by a charity. On the other hand, the aliens convicted of a felony or those with a warrant from their home country are not provided an attorney through the charities. So the ordinance also states that the Aurora citizens' tax money could be used to defend an accused illegal alien who came from another state and has resided in the ICE detention center in Aurora for a minimum of 22 days. And since that center supports not just Colorado, but Wyoming and other states in the Mountain West, it's possible that a person could be shipped into Aurora, be there for 22 days, and then would be eligible for the funds. So the only thing we can conclude is that the $50,000 of taxpayer money that we're discussing won't be used for aliens without criminal backgrounds. Our money will be used to defend criminals who have been charged and convicted, or charged or convicted of felonies, and aliens whose home countries have issued warrants for their arrest. Is that an appropriate use of Aurora taxpayer funds? I contend it's not, and I don't think we should move this ordinance forward.
Mayor.
Discussion, Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you. I was wondering when we'd get to that, the end of that very well rehearsed back and forth between Mr. Gruber and Mr. Fabricatori. You know, again, I didn't quite follow it until the end. And really what I'm hearing is, first of all, that wasn't a presentation. That was a predetermined Q&A that the public had to listen to. Excuse me, I am not finished, Councilmember Cooper. Excuse me. Thank you. A very well-rehearsed and elaborate and fear-mongering conversation between Councilmember Gruber and Mr. Fabricatori, as opposed to an actual presentation. So this like back and forth, you know, well-balanced conversation. I really struggled to hear where we got any balance in that. It was literally a council member scheming up questions to paint a really elaborate, I don't know, like unrealistic scenario of events, I guess, sequence of events, excuse me, that may happen. So I don't know. It was just kind of hard to feel like that was a productive use of time. And there were some points we weren't allowed to kind of interrupt and correct the record real time. So I was hoping that we could defer, and I could defer to Mr. Arash Jahanian to see if he had any comments and clarifications on some of the points that were made, because again, we weren't able to clarify real time. Mr. Jahanian.
Thank you, Council Member. Thank you, Mayor. You know, I have a couple reactions to a couple of things Director Fabricatori said. One thing he said that I absolutely agree with is he said immigration law is a huge process. I heard someone, actually it was the director of an organization that he just referenced, the Rocky Mountain Immigrant Advocacy Network, REMAIN, when speaking about the fund that Denver has established, similar to what is being proposed here, she compared immigration law to tax law, and she compared the consequences that folks in removal proceedings to those that folks in criminal proceedings face. So I absolutely agree with the director that immigration law is a huge process. It's incredibly complicated. And that's why you see in the whereases that folks who have counsel who are represented are 10.5 times as likely to succeed in proceedings. And for that reason, I'm frankly surprised why Director Fabricatori is here, in essence, speaking against this proposal. Last time, in the last study session in which both of us spoke, he repeatedly stated how he wants people to be here legally, how ICE is an agency that is in favor of legal immigration. And when folks have counsel, it helps them avail themselves of the defenses against removal that there may be. Now, we heard a lot about criminal aliens in these proceedings. And again, one thing that both Councilmember Gruber and Director Fabricatori were clear about is that these are folks who are only accused of being deportable or removable, and there are a number of defenses against that.
Actually, we're talking about convicted criminals.
Okay, let me, Mr. Fabricatori, I'll go to you next, but go ahead, please proceed, finish.
Actually, council member, we're not always talking about convicted criminals.
Okay.
I appreciate and the director. I'd be curious as to how that very high number or high proportion of folks in detention with convictions, how that looks not in COVID times where ICE is not faced and the Director Fabricatori hasn't been named as a defendant in a number of lawsuits seeking the release of people due to the terrible outbreak of COVID within the detention facility. And yes, they have released a number of people. Their capacity is currently low compared to what it is, which is actually closer to 1,500. But what I can tell you from my firm's experience is that, even folks who are asserting asylum quite frequently start with a notice of appearance to initiate removal proceedings in immigration court. They are in detention. And that is how that very available, very valid defense gets asserted. There are also a number of other defenses, whether it's something like cancellation of removal, or other rights that people have that they can assert through their proceedings as valid defenses to their removal. In addition, I would just note that a lot of our clients, a lot of folks in removal proceedings, are frequently facing low-level offenses, or yes, sometimes convictions. And those convictions don't always result under federal law in a deportation, and shouldn't. Yes, might ICE pick them up and arrest them based on a warrant that is reviewed by, again, another ICE agent? Sure. And as I discussed at a previous study session, those are sometimes erroneous warrants. And those low-level convictions, again, are defensible in terms of whether someone is deported, whether someone who has, committed a DUI, for example, is allowed to remain with their family here, whether someone who is a victim of a domestic violence, like one of our clients, Claudia Valdez, who then ICE was seeking to deport for 6 years, whether she should be allowed to remain after she was charged, even though she was the victim of domestic violence. So sure, Director Fabricatore can paint a picture, and I'm sure he will find the worst examples to highlight of the kinds of folks that are in removal proceedings. But that's just not always the case, and we can speak about that. And the last thing I will say for now, and I'm happy to follow up and answer any other questions, but with respect to the organizations that do offer free legal services, sure, they are there. Their capacity is extremely limited. I know those lawyers. I am personally a religious person, so I would dare say they do God's work. They work tirelessly. And an organization, again, that Director Fabricatore highlighted, Remain, the Rocky Mountain Immigrant Advocacy Network, has benefited, as have a number of other organizations, from a fund that neighboring Denver has. And Remain was able to hire 2 additional attorneys thanks to that fund. Now, in Denver, they are talking about much larger numbers than we are currently discussing. But the folks who are involved with the Denver fund, who I've spoken with, will say we're not doing nearly enough, and we can use all the help we can get here, because the consequences, as Councilmember Coombs said, are dire, and the impact here on human life would be great and very positive and benefit the Aurora community.
Councilmember Gruber.
Oh.
Thank you, and I appreciate the fact that our friend, the Denver lawyer, didn't identify that he would be one of the recipients from the city money that we're talking about, or his law firm will be. I also want to point out that the positions or the points that I made, that you can live in Aurora for 22 days or be in the Aurora Detention Center for 22 days and be eligible for this. That most of the people that we're talking about, we're not talking about immigrants, we're talking about aliens, and we're talking about the discussion as to whether or not an alien is an illegal alien or a legal alien, and those people that are determined illegal aliens, the majority of them are criminals or convicted of being a felony, or they have a warrant against them. Those issues haven't come up in the debate. I understand how fun it is to beat up on me and talk about me and talk about, that's irrelevant. What's relevant is that we're talking about taking taxpayer money from a city to use in court, in a federal court, to defend people who most are been convicted of a felony or have a warrant against them. That's the fundamental question. Is this the appropriate use of city money?
Mayor?
Discussion, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, and I appreciate both sides of this issue, and I want to say that I understand the need for legal defense. My entire issue is using taxpayer dollars for someone that does not have legal status in the United States for legal representation on a federal issue. And that's the crux of it, is using taxpayer dollars. I think it's fine for, the nonprofits and the charities and these attorneys, if they want to do pro bono work and provide that representation. But a legal immigrant who's legal in the United States, or myself or anybody else, any other constituent that is here in the United States legally, they don't get that legal defense from us. We don't pay for civil cases. We don't provide an attorney to represent, someone on a traffic violation or any other civil matter. And so for me, it all comes down to using taxpayer dollars. I understand the need for legal representation. I personally think it should be done through nonprofits. People can donate money to those nonprofits. I think, people, we can have council members even do a donation campaign fund to have citizens donate to that fund if they're lacking in monies to pay these attorneys, or the attorneys can do it pro bono. So that for me, that's the bottom line, is using taxpayer dollars.
Further discussion.
Mayor, Councilmember Hiltz.
I just wanted to address Councilmember Bergen's
Councilmember Hiltz, please proceed.
No, Councilmember Murillo can finish and address that, and I can.
Okay, Councilmember Murillo. Councilmember Murillo.
I don't know if you're done, Councilmember Hiltz, but thank you. Councilmember Bergen, and I know you and I have had conversations about this. So I appreciate you returning my calls to talk about this, and like none of your concerns are a surprise. And I do just want to share kind of some of the thoughts that me and Councilmember Coombs had kind of thought through, though I think we disagree on the, obviously on the fundamental premise of the fund. I do agree that this could be an avenue to raise private funds. Denver does that. Other cities that have other immigrant legal defense funds have that as well. In kind of thinking through that, the thing is we have to have a fund in order to donate to the fund, kind of a thing. At least as far as it's concerned with the city. And there are groups, I believe Remain or another organization, if I'm not mistaken, does actually provide seed money for funds like this. However, due to COVID, just like everything else, that's not an option this year. So, we're not actually talking about funding it at this point. Right now, we're actually only talking about creating a fund. So I want to just separate that as well. This would be just creating the fund. If we wanted to appropriate funds, I've thrown out there in prior conversations, I know that we have at least $50,000 available in unprogrammed funds. That could be used towards this. So that would be my intent. However, we're not voting on that today. But yeah, I do agree that I do think this could be a collaboration, and I don't think it should just be one from like a fiscal standpoint. Just having one source of funding doesn't sound very sustainable to me. So it would be, my interest to do that. You had also asked about the Spirit of Aurora, which is I guess a fund set up through and by the City of Aurora employees. If this were to be established as a fund, it would be an option for city employees to donate of their own free will. So there are other organizations and funds that they could donate towards. This could be one of them. So if people wanted to do that with their own money, that would be a vehicle to do that.
Mayor?
Councilmember Coombs.
Just further addressing and follow up. I know, I'm sorry, Councilmember Hiltz. I just want to follow up on some of the questions that were asked from the being a sponsor perspective of this issue. So I think that what Councilmember Murillo highlighted is extremely important. This could potentially be operated through the Office of International and Immigrant Affairs through donated dollars only from entities like Remain, the Vera Institute, and other organizations that exist, as well as the Spirit of Aurora. So all we're talking about today is the establishment of the fund. The City Council may never choose to appropriate funds toward this end, and having the fund in place would still be of benefit. But I also wanted to clarify some things that were said by Councilmember Gruber. First of all, I want to point out that Mr. Jahanian has a name, and in general, we try to respect people by calling them by their names instead of referring to them as just Denver lawyer. And I don't know if it's because you can't pronounce the name or because you are trying to disrespect him, but I think that it would be appropriate to say his name. And then in addition, that there's an assumption that Councilmember Gruber threw out there that the Meyer Law Office would financially benefit in any way. they may not represent any of these clients or apply for any of the funds. And so I think it's also really disrespectful to make that level of
So just
assumption
to
and try to
verify then, that statement
imply
is they
ill
will
intent.
not take money from this fund? Is that your statement?
I don't know. My point is you don't know either. Well, we can ask Mr. Jahanian, but you don't know either. And so just to imply that they're doing this for their own personal benefit rather than to represent people that they fight for, doing a lot of pro bono work is really unacceptable, and the disrespect is unacceptable. So that's all I have to say on that.
Okay, Councilmember Hiltz.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to circle back to earlier and just express my deep disappointment in you for your leadership on how these meetings are going now. I understand having, alternative perspectives, but when those alternative perspectives are done without council being given any notice, that's just secretive and a little bit slimy. So in the future, if we could get that information ahead of time, and I think that ICE's participation in this sham of a process is a really good reason to recognize that we need to be doing more and be more diligent for our immigrant community.
Councilmember Gruber.
Okay, again, we aren't talking immigrant community, we are talking alien community, and the issue is whether they're legal aliens or illegal aliens. We keep, this whole facade that we keep talking about immigrants, 20% of the people in the city are immigrants, and that's wonderful. We're represented across the world. The issue here is alien, and alien doesn't refer to a race, it doesn't refer to a nationality, it refers to a status of coming into the nation. So we're not talking about an immigrant defense fund, we're talking about an alien defense fund. And this gamesmanship that we're talking about creating a fund, but we're not going to put any money into it. Once the city creates that, the city is administering it. The city is absorbing costs by running it. There are a number of charities that do this already, that we could simply give money to one of those charities, pick one and give money to it. We don't have to use city money to do it. And going back to the fundamental issue, does it make sense to use Aurora taxpayer money? We're $30 million underfunded this year. We expect to be, or with $30 million last year, we expect to be $35 million underfunded this year. We have a huge deficit in taking care of our roads. And to say that we have $50,000 we can simply give away doesn't reflect all of the other priorities that we've put down. So those
let him finish.
Need to be addressed. The fundamental issue, should we use city resources, regardless of whether it's a city department where we're paying the person or paying for the costs, or whether we're using dollars, direct taxpayer dollars, is that a responsibility of the city of Aurora?
Okay, further discussion.
May I respond to that, please?
Councilmember Hills.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate Councilmember Gruber anointing himself Colonel of the Resistance. I do not ascribe a hierarchy of value to human beings. We are all human beings. And so we can use whatever legal term we want to use. He has opinions too. We can use whatever, legal terms we want, but at the end of the day, we're talking about people. And we're talking about whether or not they have a right to have that access. And for someone who won't even use the names of the people who were on this meeting, I just find it pretty hypocritical that you're the one talking about, status and the importance of that name. So this is just a circus. The mayor's allowed it. So this is what
Councilmember Coombs.
Mayor, wait a minute, may I respond?
Councilmember Brewer, then Councilmember Coombs.
So again, there is no discussion as to whether or not the people that are inside immigration court should have legal representation. That's not under debate. I agree 100% that they should have legal representation. That's not the issue. The fundamental issue is, should that legal representation come from taxpayer dollars from the people of Aurora?
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
So again, let's just point out once again that a very small amount of the money will likely be whatever we choose to seed that with as a city. There is a lot of other funding that we can leverage simply by establishing this, and then additional funding that we can leverage by putting a small amount of seed money in. And that's something that the city does all the time to the tune of a lot more than $50,000. But I do have a couple of questions for Mr. Fabricatore and Mr. Jahanian that I would like to raise. For Mr. Fabricatore, when there are 1,500 detainees in the GEO facility, what percentage of those detainees are there solely with convictions? And what percentage are folks that are there for immigration specific offenses?
Okay,
And
so
then for Mr. Jahanian, sorry, and then I just want to throw the other one out there so we can hop back over to it. And then for Mr. Jahanian, just the question of that the due process issues that we talked about last time.
okay, so would you like me to go first, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Okay. So to answer your question about when it's at 1,500, we target criminal aliens. So on an average basis, most of our cases would be those targeted who have committed crimes in the United States. It's very hard for me to say exactly what that number would be at our detention facility, because we could have a situation at the border where we have, a caravan coming through and they're sending the people that are being detained at the border up here to Aurora. And one thing that I want to make very clear is I'm not coming out negatively on this law. These legal representation for aliens, everyone should have representation. If these volunteer organizations would like to provide it, if they can afford an attorney, they should have that representation. So I don't want to make it seem like there's a negativity here. I'm here to answer facts for council members like you that have questions about that. But again, something that Councilor Jahanian had said, and I do respect his knowledge on immigration law, but I want to make it clear that we're not coming out negatively on this. I'm only here, to answer the questions that you guys may have.
Yeah, so as a follow-up then, would it be fair to say that it's often true that much more than 10% of the people in the facility are non-criminal immigrants who are facing removal proceedings for other reasons?
No, I mean, statistically, to be honest, I mean, under President Obama for 8 years, we had priorities where we were only allowed to go after criminal aliens. So, I mean, if I were to take a statistical average of what we've had in there for 8 years through the Obama administration, we were only going after criminal aliens, and we continued that through the last 4 years. So, I mean, statistically, we would always be in the high 80s to 90% on that. But again, there are situations that do occur, and I'm not going to say that it doesn't happen, where there may be people that come up from the border because they're being transferred up here, and a border crisis situation. But then again, they're going through and they're seeing asylum. Asylum officers, sorry, they're seeing asylum officers. They're getting that part of the immigration process where they're able to go in front of an asylum officer, and then they're released from custody. We have right now in this state 23,000 cases that are outside of the custody of our detention facility that are on the non-detained docket of aliens that are going through the immigration process, and many of them may get a benefit at the end of the day and be legally here after that process is over.
Okay, thank you. And then can I get my question also to Mr. Jahanian answered as well?
Yes. Oh, sorry, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Coombs. And I actually want to thank Director Fabricatore for his response to my question to him. So to answer your question, Councilmember, about you asked about due process generally, and I analogize this to the public defender system, as you all have. The reason we provide folks who've been accused of crimes with lawyers with appointed counsel is that the stakes are so high for them, and that they've only been accused of crimes. And I am, quite frankly, confused by the distinction that Councilmember Gruber is attempting to draw by referring to people as aliens. I don't like that term, but the legal permanent resident card, the one my mother had for many years, said resident alien on it. So I'm quite familiar with what that looks like and what that term is. But again, folks are issued a notice to appear. They have many defenses against the removal. That might be asylum. I apologize. They have many defenses, and all this does is it appoints counsel because the consequences are so severe. This is the only legal system we have in the United States where folks are subject to detention and are not appointed counsel. And we're creating a number of limited requirements for folks who are eligible for those. One is that residency requirement that we talked about. Director Fabricatori discussed a number of non-detained individuals. So people who live in Aurora, who might be in those proceedings in the Denver Immigration Court, non-detained, they would be eligible. And Councilmember Gruber brought up this 22-day residency requirement. The thing is, we have this detention center here in Aurora, in our backyards. And a lot of those folks are from Aurora. And Councilmember Gruber is right. A lot of those folks are not. But we can't ignore them. And one thing we know about the immigration system is that people get moved around frequently. So yes, they may be from Wyoming originally, they may be from Utah, and they are moved around. It makes it much harder for them to have access to their families, to have access to lawyers. And are we just going to overlook that? I mean, there's a reason that we've created this residency requirement, and it's the same as the voting requirement, as I pointed out. So I think it's important to address that. One thing Director Fabricatori said about the priorities under the Obama administration is we all know they were done away under the Trump administration in terms of trying to go after criminals, so to speak. And I will note that we recently created, a few years ago actually, created a statute in the state of Colorado because so many people were charged with crimes and then were deported by ICE while they were still not convicted, while their proceedings in the criminal justice system was ongoing. We had to create a statute that allowed bondspeople and family members who posted bond to be able to go to court and say, look, my family member, whoever got deported, can I get my bond back? Because that was such a frequent occurrence that we had to do that. I point that out just to say that we're not just talking about hardened, convicted criminals. We're talking about a variety of people. And one just very quick last point. I just want to point out that I don't have an exact count, but I believe about 42 other cities across the country have created these funds. And 6 states, Ohio, New York, New Jersey, California, Illinois, Oregon, also have legal defense funds like this. So we're not talking about some radical program. This is something that has benefited folks across the country. I just want to point that out.
Mayor Dave Gruber, may I respond?
Councilmember Gruber.
So Mr. Johanian, our friendly Denver lawyer, let me point out the reason that the terminology is so important is that we have such a high percentage of immigrants in the city. And those immigrants have nothing to be afraid of with what we're talking about now. I think that there's an element of fear that people are bringing forward that because we have so many immigrants, this is going to be used, that they're at risk of being deported. They aren't. What we're talking about are those people who are aliens, like your mother. And again, the point is that was not a derogatory term. It was on your mother carried it around. It's simply a legal term, and you know better than I do. So I think the implication that that using the wrong word on this on purpose is never good in a legal sense. The second thing I want to emphasize is the point that you made, that the people that we're talking about defending, most of them won't be from Aurora. These aren't people from our city that we're protecting. These are people from Wyoming, Utah, other places in Colorado, and we're talking about using city taxpayer money. Again, the fundamental point: should we use city taxpayer money to defend aliens in federal court? And I say no.
Mayor?
Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you. I would love if we could have agreed on using the term documented or undocumented, but we're just not there. I want to go back to where Council Murillo started, where we are not talking about the actual tax dollar money right now. We're talking about the funds. And I'm just going to be honest about the image the city of Aurora has. Do we want to be a leader in criminal justice reform and also embrace that we are one of the most diverse cities in the United States? I also want to talk about, to Mr. Jahanian, I actually had a constituent of mine who teaches in Ward 6, and her middle schooler student, his mom passed away last year, and then his father was picked up by ICE a couple of weeks ago. And we're frantically, trying to see where to go. And can Mr. Jahanian talk about, we talk about these charities, but with this experience, can you talk about the difference between providing legal resources and then also providing an attorney to help through the legal process? Because just because there might be an organization that says we provide some legal resources, I know at least with this individual, they don't have an attorney who's assisting them. So could you talk about that? Because it seems like there's there's all these nonprofits providing this. If you could give us a little more clarification on that, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Council Member, for that question. Sure. I think I pointed out, I don't know this for sure, but I think Catholic Charities, for example, has one attorney. Remain is the largest organization we know of. And like I said, a fund like this in Denver that was well-funded allowed them to hire 2 additional lawyers, which was huge for them. What we're talking about, I don't want to diminish it, but we're talking about a handful of nonprofit lawyers who are able to provide services pro bono. And when it comes to this fund, actually would, as has been pointed out, allow private lawyers to apply for funds. And what that does, it increases the capacity of lawyers, whether they work for private practice or work for a nonprofit, to be able to represent people who might not be able to afford them. Because, we immigration lawyers do not work on contingency fees. There's no money that's going to be afforded at the end of the day. They have to get paid. But it would really be nice to increase the capacity of those lawyers to represent folks who may not otherwise be able to afford representation. My heart goes out to your constituent. My immediate thought is, my goodness, what's happening to this family? A lot of folks who end up in Aurora and aren't able to find representation are just kind of like, get me out of here. And will go to the immigration judge and say, please, I will accept voluntary deportation, or I will just, concede deportability, even if they do have that right to legal defense. Sorry if I went a little off topic. I hope I answered your question, Councilman.
No, I appreciate it. Mayor, may I have a follow-up?
Please proceed. Please proceed.
Thank you. So I just want to talk about, just less than an hour ago, we talked about collective impact and the investment of the city making the $20,000 and the leveraging of additional funding and resources. Could you talk, Mr. Jahanian, just about the Denver Foundation and what this could potentially, as Councilmember Coombs said, first we need to establish the fund, but at least just look at the Denver model that of additional funding that's been able to be generated?
The current information I have, and Denver has been successful because of the resources and funding that they've been able to obtain. And I know this is a question that came up in committee, and I had difficulty answering, and I may have even misspoken. But the numbers that I received about the Denver Fund is that they had a total of $380,000, a combination of about half and half, I think, that commitment from Denver, and then the other half came from private donations or some of the seed money that was referenced. That $380,000 has been able to serve 250 people. And the question that I received in committee that I wasn't able to answer very well, that rough math comes out to about $1,500 per person. So that should give you all a sense of how many folks could be served by a fund like this in Aurora.
Thank you.
Further questions, comments?
Mayor?
Is it Mayor Pro Tem?
Bergen.
Oh, yeah, Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Sorry. Can we not just refer people to these nonprofits and charities so that, so that they have those resources? Again, it's whether there's, first of all, there's no fund with zero monies in it. It's a fund has money in it or will have money in it. So again, my objection is taxpayer monies, but couldn't our immigration division, couldn't they just refer people to these charities? Maybe, I don't know if Ricardo's here.
Hello, this is Ricardo. Well, we can try to do that, but I want to be honest with you. There is a big need for legal services across the city, so we can try to do it. We're happy to do it, but I don't know if that will be enough.
Right, and if you refer them to these nonprofits or charities, then you can also, people in the city could donate their private monies to that fund, correct?
Well, we can try. I don't want to.
That's free will. Anybody can donate to any organization, any church, any charity. The bottom line is the taxpayer monies. That's the bottom line of using it for legal defense for federal issues. Again, we would not defend a legal citizen we don't have a fund for them. They have to get their own attorney, pay for their own attorney.
Mayor. Councilmember Hills.
Councilmember Hills.
Thank you. We have a public defender's office. I understand the concern with the taxpayer dollars. So as the new mayor pro tem, I know that you support, the legal defense, just not taxpayers' dollars on it. Are you willing to commit to donating to one of those private organizations to provide that defense, should this not move forward?
That would be my choice.
So no, okay. I was just asking you because you keep expounding. You keep expounding.
You can't ask me that a personal question and expect me to answer you.
Okay, Councilmember.
Are you going to donate? Councilmember Hills, are you donating?
Sure, yeah, I will. Okay. I'm just saying.
What are you pledging?
So I will put it in my fundraising report or wherever we do our donation. So, my question is that you have just said many times about how you believe in the legal defense, just not in the taxpayer dollars. And former Mayor Pro Tem Johnston was talking about how we need to step up and be a leader in criminal justice in the city. And so I was just asking you, as a leader in our city now, as Mayor Pro Tem, if you would be willing to step up and join that as well. I'm not too confident in that, given that the response was to try and turn it back on me. I'm happy to also donate, but I was just asking you, as the new Mayor Pro Tem of our city, if you would step up and help show that way. But
Mayor, may I respond?
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Yes, I've actually had conversations with Councilmember Murillo, and she knows my position, and I have tried to have a good, discourse with her on this issue. I don't appreciate being attacked.
Okay. Further questions or comments? Councilmember Marcano.
I just want to say, Councilmember Lawson has been raising her hand many a time.
I was as well, Councilmember Lawson.
Okay. Councilmember Lawson next.
Thank you. So this has been a conversation about othering and dehumanizing people by repeatedly using language that I think everyone here knows is dehumanizing. That's why it was put into that law, into law to begin with. So regardless of whether or not it's actually written in the law, I expect you all to know better. And the fact that you keep using that, Councilmember Gruber,
that is a
point of
legal
order,
term.
let me finish my statement first. Thank you. The fact that you know that and you keep using that language, sir, speaks volumes about you. More than I ever could.
I'm following.
Please, to the issue. To the issue.
Yes, to the issue. Absolutely. So immigrants are taxpayers, folks. I don't see why we keep saying taxpayer dollars. Like, y'all need to bandy this around like these folks don't pay taxes. Do you think immigrants don't spend any money in our city? Are you serious? Our jail is used to detain people who don't live in Aurora, right? That's taxpayer dollars that are being used to fund folks for criminal justice issues outside of our city. I've never heard any of y'all ever complain about that. So anyway, I just find it very interesting when these kinds of little nitpicky things come up, ignoring the broader context of the society that we live in and the structures that we've created. So doing this is going to lure additional funding. I think that's something that has been well established already. It's what's happened in Denver. It's important to note that in the recitals for the ordinance, I hear some of y'all saying, well, there's charities that do this stuff. 5 out of 6 people who appear before immigration judges do so without counsel. That is a big part of what this is trying to address. It is trying to lower that, increase the likelihood that they will actually have counsel, which, as y'all heard earlier, doubles on average the chance that they will actually be able to get some kind of recourse that does not involve splitting up a family losing their primary breadwinner, having to depend on public assistance, et cetera, et cetera. So this is actually a really big win for a minimal investment from my perspective. And I would strongly suggest that if y'all actually want to live up to the words that I think, again, everyone on this council has said, that we support our immigrant community, that we support and value and cherish the diversity of the city that we all represent and that we call home, that y'all will get on board, quit grandstanding. I understand it's an election year, Councilmember Gruber, but this is honestly beneath you. Thank you.
Mayor, may I respond?
Let me go to Councilmember Lawson and then Councilmember Gruber.
Okay, thank you for letting me finally speak. I'm getting back to the specifics of the ordinance. This question is for Ricardo. Ricardo, I was reading the 10-year immigrant integration plan, which I believe is the footprint of issues that are addressing our immigrant community. So when you do any kind of strategic planning, I mean, you have what's now, how we're going to accomplish these in the next 5 and 10 years. I did not see anywhere in this plan, and I could be wrong, I saw something on page 32 of the immigrant integration plan that says what was learned from the focus group. And it states, and people said the issue came up was a lack of awareness about legal information and services. So if this is the footprint for our city to address our immigrant population for the next 10 years, how come this particular programming was not included in the plan specifically? Because you had goals from 5 years and 10 years. But this particular thing saying, well, the city of Aurora may need to have a legal defense fund. It wasn't really mentioned. And I'm looking at this as the footprint of how we're going to be addressing the issues. Now, this came out in November. This proposal was out last year as well, but it wasn't integrated in here specifically. So can you tell me the reasons, maybe the reason for that? Because I know you did focus groups, you did surveys, but only on page 32 did I really see something about legal services. And then I have another question after that, Mayor.
Please, okay. Mr. Gambetti?
All right, thank you. Well, a very interesting question, and let me try to answer that. Yes, you need to remember that we started working the plan almost 2 years ago, and you're right. We spent, the summer and the fall of 2019 and early 2020 doing a lot of community outreach, focus groups. We release different surveys. We have different community conversations. And also we conduct different interviews with stakeholders across the city. And we got a lot of data and information. I wish we can put everything on the final report. We try to highlight those areas where actually the community identify as a top priorities. But let me tell you that in many occasions, during several focus groups, people brought the issue of access to legal services. But then, at the end of the day, when we start putting together the final draft, we decided to focus in the areas where actually at that time, at that moment, we have influence on, or actually we were in charge of those areas. So, for example, city services, focus on small business, economic development, international relations, and things like that. So there are other issues. And actually, after different community conversations, there are other issues that we identify as well, but we have the time to include in the final draft.
Okay. Okay. I guess that addresses kind of my question.
Councilmember Lawson?
Can I go to my second
Please.
question? So
Please.
on section 2666, the responsible department, I'm trying to get my head around, we're going to have this 50K. I thought it was going to go more towards serving the people that are needing these services. But then we have the Office of International Immigrant Affairs. They're going to be overseeing the management and administration. They're going to be overseeing getting the funding, doing the fundraising, and also probably kind of overseeing this executive committee. So my question is we are going to need an FTE. You're either going to need an FTE, a part-time FTE, or put these particular responsibilities on a current person. And if I was that current person, I would want a raise because you're adding additional responsibilities to me. So how is this really the 50K? You're going to need more money because you're actually going to have someone to do this work that's actually in the responsible department section. So is that true or false?
Well, let me tell you this. For the last couple of years, we already add more responsibilities to our office. And we increase the number of employees right now. So, for example, in our portfolio, we manage, the second language program, translation, interpretation services, and also we were able to raise, private funding through different grants in the last couple of years for over $400,000. So this will be another responsibility for our office. After an internal review, I feel very confident that we can manage this if the City Council decides to move forward with this proposal. This is a policy decision, and I am very confident that we can deliver, at the end of the day, everything what is on the proposal.
But again, you're going to have more money, another FTE or somebody to do this work. So I understand you can manage it, but I mean, it's going to be more money either way. So it's going to be more than this 50K that's going to have to be for this position.
Well, if you see the proposal, actually, we're going to hire a nonprofit who actually is going to hire a legal service provider. So the only thing we are going to do is to provide you with oversight of the whole program. So there is something that we are very confident we can do it.
Okay, well, that section really doesn't say that specifically, like how you're interpreting it. So I appreciate your response. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions, comments?
A clarification on the section from Councilmember Lawson, just to follow
Councilmember Murillo.
Councilmember Lawson, would you mind repeating the section one more time for me?
It's section 2-666 is the responsible department.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Further questions, comments?
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
Thank you. So I guess this political pissing match tonight is really embarrassing for this council and really embarrassing for the city. I think, there's been a lot of straw men on both sides of this argument tonight, and I'm just not sure why this group can't disagree on policy without burning everything to the ground. This continues to happen over and over again. When we talked about at the public safety meeting, this ordinance, I asked some questions in regards to public defenders and the Sixth Amendment and things like that. And, at the end of the day, what the city attorney said is that this is really a policy decision. And I agree with that. I think, it was pointed out that there's 42 other cities, or I think that was the number, 42 other cities in 6 states that have similar programs. And, frankly, that's not a strong argument to me in favor of doing something. I think it's just because every other city does something doesn't mean it's a good policy for Aurora. At the end of the day, I don't think this is a function of local government. I think we do a lot of stuff that we shouldn't do, and I'd be more than happy to go through our budget and cut all kinds of things that I don't think we should be doing, and this would be another example of them. But for that reason, I won't support this. But I just again want to say it's really disappointing to me to see how this council acts again on another controversial issue. We can agree while still being respectful. Thanks.
Mayor.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Burzins.
Thank you. See, I waited until the end, and I have a whole list of things here, but I'll try to be fast. But I will totally agree with Councilmember Gardner. I have never experienced us acting this disrespectful to each other. It is embarrassing. We are being recorded, and I have seen people make comments that we need therapy. This group is so disrespectful, attacking each other. There's no reason to do that. We should all be professional. Yes, we have differences of opinion. There are 11 differences of opinion sitting here. But to attack each other and cut each other down, that is not adult professionalism. And I don't know. We have to get better. We just can't keep doing this. I don't know what's happened, but we need to think about people in Aurora are watching us. They look up to us, but the way we're acting now, I don't know why. I don't know why they would. But anyway, let me get back to this. And I heard what several people have said about using taxpayer money. And I do agree with that. We've all gotten emails like, don't use my taxpayer money. We have roads that need to be repaired. We have this. And one person even said today, if the city has an extra $50,000, I want a refund. Send me a check. Okay, so I think you get my drift with that. But another big problem I have with this is, like Councilmember Lawson said, the department handling this. I don't think it is Ricardo's staff's job to go out and get money for this. I think there are other things that he can do. I know when this department was set up, yes, I was here. And yes, I saw his job description, and raising money for a legal defense fund was not part of it. This is morphing into something that I don't think his department needs to handle, which is not to say that he wouldn't do it, and I'm sure he would. Gladly, he would do it. But I don't think this should be in his job description or his department's job description. I was shocked when I read this to put our city department right in the middle of this. I think money and this shouldn't be matching up. I have a real issue with that. And I want to go back to a conversation that was held earlier. I did see when I toured the ICE facility, I did see a list of attorneys next to the telephone, and there are people sitting here that were with me, and you saw it too. So all they had to do was pick up a phone and call an attorney. I wanted to ask one of my questions, and if you'll let me ask it and then come back to me. Is there any reason that a person in our ICE facility can't call the Denver Legal Defense Fund? Does anybody know the answer to that? Okay.
I can respond, Councilman.
Okay.
I believe that, I apologize, I believe that's limited to Denver residents.
Okay, but they only have to be a resident for 22 days.
So if they're detained in the Aurora facility for more than 22 days, they're Aurora residents.
Well, what about if they're from Utah in the Aurora facility? Does that mean that Aurora has to pay for them?
if they are in the facility for more than 22 days, they would meet the residency requirement to apply for the fund.
Even in a federal, we're talking a federal facility. This is not an Aurora facility. My mind was just thinking about that. Okay, and for those of y'all at home, a lot of this came from a big lobby firm in Denver. I know because I met with them, and we talked about this probably a year and a half ago, and they've been pushing this. And I know there's some people on council that don't.
Kind of a clarification, are they in Aurora as well?
Oh, please let her finish. Councilmember Bursens.
I said in Denver.
But they have an office in Aurora.
Please proceed, Councilmember.
Thank you.
In your ward.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, can I talk now?
Please proceed,
Thank
yes.
you. Thank you. Yes, this big lobby firm in Denver that lobbies all of Metro Denver, they've been pushing this. I met with them. And so this has been cooking for a long time. This is not just our Aurora council members coming up with this. This is a big lobby firm. And those of you at home need to know that. I just, we have to be good stewards of our taxpayer money. We have a fiduciary responsibility to our taxpayers. And this one is, the one before was only 20,000. This one's only 50,000. We just did one a few weeks ago. It was only 330,000. Then we did another one that was only 260,000. This adds up. This is taxpayer money. We have so many needs that the city needs to meet. And I think we forget about this. We may find 30,000 and that's unfunded here, or 50,000 that's unfunded there. But my goodness, we just can't keep giving it away. I know that we have lobbyists. I mean, Ms. Wheeler is working on the judicial reform, and she's a good one to do it. I have nothing wrong with that, but I think we need to step back and think, how do we keep spending this money when we're $31 million short in 21? Westward even posted today on Twitter, do not do this in 2021. Do not do this. We don't have the money. This is not the time to do this. So, I mean, I just wanted to get that out. And like I said, I waited until the end so I could get it all said. So thank you.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
Yeah, so I had something actually clarifying that I wanted to ask a while ago, which is, would Spirit of Aurora funds be permitted to be used if we didn't have a fund established? Like if we had a fund established with no funds allocated, would Spirit of Aurora be able to contribute? And if we don't have a fund, can they contribute? I think that's probably a Hans question.
Excuse me, Mayor. I do know the answer to that, since I happen to be the leader of Spirit of Aurora as well. Spirit of Aurora is authorized to spend money for city programs and for issues that affect the community. So if we stretch that second part a little bit, the Spirit of Aurora could theoretically contribute to a local organization that will provide, immigrants with legal defense. There are two ways that you can contribute to the Spirit of Aurora. One is with restricted funds, which you can provide a check to them saying that here's $10,000. I want you to spend it in X. Recently, and I'm talking about probably 8-9 months ago, there was such a program for police dogs. So That's a possibility. It will be something that, you know, the board of the Spirit of Aurora will have to discuss if they would like to be in that position, and they have full authority to reject it or accept it. And it's theoretically possible. If you want the funds to be specifically spent on immigration defense, it will have to be restricted funds, give it to them, and there will have to be some form of local organization that will be the recipient of these funds from them.
Mayor?
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Wait.
Just a follow up, sorry, on the Spirit of Aurora. I was on Spirit Aurora years ago, and I mean, I would say 3 years ago at least. The board was literally just about to change their bylaws so that they could add another component to Spirit of Aurora, which was basically I think it was a 501(c). So they would have, you know, the city programs, but then they were forming a nonprofit that employees could donate to. And I'm astonished that 3 years later, that board has not changed their bylaws and gone. I mean, we had all the legal paperwork ready to go to do it. So I guess I'm asking, was that not accomplished?
Councilmember Bergen, right before it was, we did the exchange between Billy Stiggers and me, that was accomplished. And that's what I said, that on that second prong, you know, community programs is theoretically possible. I mean, I'm the guy that probably will get the legal question, can we do this? And I'm already saying it's theoretically possible. I think it's, I think it's gonna be okay so long as the funds are restricted. So let's say that GMC comes and said, "Here's $20,000. We want to spend it on defense for immigrants," and they take that check, they cash it, they find the local organization. Here you go. The only legal issue could be if they want a specific organization and then they cannot contact that person, or they cannot do a transfer or something like that, which then would be the exception to the rules, you know, and then we will have to return the money. But beyond that, I think it's theoretically possible to use Spirit of Aurora as the vehicle to donate to another nonprofit for legal defense. But at this point, the Spirit of Aurora will be only sort of like a conduit. It will be a pass-through entity between the person that donates, or the organization that donates, and the recipient.
Further discussion.
Mayor Coombs.
Councilmember Coombs.
Yeah, I just had a question for Councilmember Berzins, which was, what big lobbying firm are you talking about?
I will text you. I don't want to say it on TV.
Okay. I mean, if we're being transparent, then why not?
I think it's their personal business. Do you think I was lying?
Okay, further discussion.
No, I just don't know who. I want to know.
Okay, let's not get into a discussion.
I don't know who you're talking about.
I'm not lying.
To be clear.
Okay.
I'm not lying.
Councilmember Berzins said she will. Councilmember Berzins said she would text it to you, and that's what she will do. Is there further discussion? I'd like to get this wrapped up.
Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, then the question before us is whether or not to move item number 3B forward. Is there objection? Mayor objects.
Dave Gruber objects.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Berzins.
Lawson.
Gardner.
Seeing that a majority are not in the affirmative, item number 3B will not move forward.
We're still going to bring that to the floor nonetheless.
Okay, item number 3C, residency requirements for Aurora boards and commissions.
So, Mayor, I don't know if you want me to start or if you want.
Councilmember Coombs.
Yeah, so this came up because I was contacted by a member of our community who has been trying to serve on our Aurora boards and commissions for years at this point, who is an immigrant with legal status, but is not a registered voter because he's not a citizen. And so when I asked staff, is the intent of having voter registration be our method of confirming residency to exclude immigrant members of our community from the boards and commissions, they said, no, that was not the intent. So I made the request that we make changes to those boards and commissions that are in ordinance rather than in the charter to use other methods of verifying residency rather than just voter registration. And so voter registration is still an option, but then we're just adding other options to verify residency. And if Mr. Lathers has any additional comments he would like to make.
Mr. Lathers?
Yes, good evening and thank you, Council. I don't have any additional input here other than to say that this decision, who qualifies to be on boards and commissions, is something wholly within the purview of Council according to our charter. You can set the limits, the qualifications, or the ramifications of this however you choose to do so. This is your power. They advise you, so where you get your advice from, since few of them act, I mean, we do have adjustments and appeals and civil service, some that actually act, but even when they act themselves, you still review that. So this is wholly within your purview.
Question, Mr. Lathers, and Councilmember Coombs as well. What is the commission that is housed, I think, in the International Affairs division that is for, I think, immigrant and refugees?
Yeah, so there exists an immigrant and refugee commission within the city. But I think understandably members of our community who are immigrants have an interest in participating in commissions on other subjects as well. So the other that our boards and commissions address certainly impact them, and they would like to have a voice on those matters.
I guess my question is, but on that particular commission, is there a citizenship requirement?
No, and actually there's not a citizenship requirement on any of them. It's just the way that residency was verified was through the voter registration. And sorry, Mr. Blathers, I probably should have.
Yeah, no, the council member is wholly correct. Our current provision does not speak to citizenship whatsoever. It was not a requirement as a matter of proof of residency. We chose an easy avenue to prove that, which was whether somebody is a registered elector. And when we get to that point, though we were looking for residency, it gets commingled with the question of citizenship. But that was not the intent because we did not actually put citizenship as a requirement in our ordinance. It was an unfortunate metric which was chosen years ago, which commingled the two concepts. So that's where we are.
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
I have a question for the attorney. Do you need to be a citizen to be police officer, firefighter, or work for the city? You do not, correct?
You do not.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Let me, Councilmember Coombs, are we talking about, and maybe this is for Mr. Lathers, legal permanent residents outside of U.S. citizens? Or are we going beyond that?
No, just anybody that can verify residency in the same way that you would to the DMV to receive a document there. And
okay,
I don't know if there's more clarification.
Question.
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, please.
Just to follow up on Councilmember Gardner's question about police and firefighters, they don't have to be citizens, but don't they have to have a legal?
Legal permanent resident.
Yeah, legal residency.
That would be that would be my understanding, correct? Or at least an application therefore pending.
So will we not differentiate between, I understand we don't want, if you're a citizen, but you're legally able to work in the United States, that they should be able to serve on committees. Is there any way to differentiate that?
We can try and differentiate this any way that council chooses. It is entirely your purview to set these parameters.
I just want to clarify that being able to work legally in the U.S. and being a legal permanent resident are not the same thing.
That's correct. Further questions or comments?
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
I have a question about the section that basically if documentation or evidence comes up that somebody isn't a resident, that it will go to city council to determine how to proceed. Do we currently have anything like that now? And I guess what I'm concerned about is having it decided by city council, because as we have seen tonight, this is a political body, and I'm just not sure that that's the best way to proceed. Because honestly, what could happen is proof could come or evidence could come forward that somebody's not a resident, and for whatever reason, if one side or the other have a majority, then nothing would ever happen.
To answer your question, this is a unique provision within our code. It is, however, not a unique power. Council has always had the power to review who has been appointed to these boards and commissions and to act to revoke that appointment. So this has never been put in an ordinance before. It is wholly unique, as you have ascertained, but the power probably has always existed as a general power of council to have their appointments to boards and commissions reviewed by them, council.
Yeah, and I'll just add, Councilmember Gardner, sorry, Mayor, that this came up as a result of conversations that we were having in the PR Plus committee about this issue, just that folks wanted to know that there would be some type of process if someone was found to not be a resident for any reason. And because it is the purview of council to appoint, we didn't want to leave that as something that staff just handled without council input.
Further questions or discussion?
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
So I was at those committees, or at that committee meeting, or those committee meetings, and that was the point. That's what I thought we were really discussing, was what type of information or what type of tool would be used by the person to actually show that they were a resident. And then we had discussed, specifically about somebody trying to falsify that and what the impact of that would be, because it'd be a false official statement when they fill it out. As to the residency requirement, we really didn't discuss that too much. And what I would like to see, going back to Councilmember Gardner's point about the police force, we had talked at length about trying to encourage immigrants, those with permanent or the intention of obtaining permanent residency and possibly citizenship, about joining the police force. That was something that we discussed as council and that we agreed on. I would like to see that same language used here. So as opposed to having someone who is here only on a temporary visa, I would like to see someone who is working to immigrate into the United States and is a resident. I feel that having, again, we can go into the discussions again about legal aliens and illegal aliens. I think that having them represent the citizens of Aurora is not the best way forward. I would like to see immigrants who are attempting to obtain permanent residency in the United States.
Just a question of clarification for staff, and that is, to be a first responder in Aurora Police or Fire, you have to be at least a legal permanent resident, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Jason Batchelor. That is correct. Yeah, that was a change recently made at civil service this past summer, and you have to be a legal permanent resident.
Okay. Further questions or comments?
Mayor, just
Councilmember Coombs and Councilmember Coombs.
Yeah. So I just wanted to respond to the point about whether we're going to require all of this additional documentation. In talking to Barb Dahl, who I know is no longer here, but who was responsible for verifying residency in the clerk's office. Part of the point that she made is to not make it extremely onerous for staff to do that verification. So this is meant to simplify the process, not further complicate the process while being more inclusive. And so I wouldn't support requiring people to also provide immigration documentation. That's a document that could be accepted as establishing residency, but I don't think that on top of the other documents required that we should include that.
Councilmember Murillo?
It was Hiltz.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that when we did the police and fire, we opted against having the requirement that you be pursuing citizenship because there's a fee associated with that. And so you're throwing up a financial barrier to that access that is not universal. So I believe that's why that wasn't formalized, just for background.
Further discussion?
Berzins?
Councilmember Berzins.
Thank you. Yeah, I prefer to have somebody, and this is a crazy phrase I use, that has a little skin in the game. You know, that they are wanting to work here, wanting to be a part, like our police academy. So I would prefer that. Also, I guess I wanted to ask Councilmember Coons, you kind of explained why you brought this forward, but was staff complaining that they had too much work verifying? Is that part of it?
No, so I brought this forward because there was a community member who has been living here for years and trying to get onto boards and commissions, but can't because of not being a registered voter, because of not being a citizen. But when I talked to staff about it, so specifically the only staff member at the time that was responsible for this duty, she did say that she was concerned that it would become too onerous if we were putting all kinds of different stuff in place. And so part of her recommendation at that time was to keep it as simple as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you. I'm even surprised that this even has to be that long of a discussion. I appreciate Councilmember Coombs bringing this forward. Having more of a pool of folks to be able to fill, quite frankly, a lot of vacancies that we have on boards and commissions. At the end of the day, we still have the final say of who we want to appoint. But we just spent over an hour talking about, oh, we're supportive of the immigrant community, you know, but we don't want to have taxpayer money on this fund. And now this is another opportunity to share our support, to say, hey, we're welcoming different perspectives, and it doesn't cost a dime. And I would hope that with a simple verification, I don't know if there's going to be, you know, there's literally all of these different requirements that are acceptable to participate, or the bill, the things that Attorney Lathers had and is in our backup. Why don't we just open this up more? I mean, we need more different perspective and voices on our boards and commissions. This gives us other options. If you don't like who's applying, don't end up voting to appoint them. But I definitely support this and hope that our colleagues can see that at the end of the day, more engagement of our residents makes our city a better place.
Further discussion, if not, Councilmember Coombs for a wrap up.
Mayor Dave Gruber, real quick.
Councilmember Gruber.
Okay, again, I think that part of the discussion, let me be clear. I am good with citizens being members of these. I am good with immigrants who are pursuing permanent residency in the United States. They don't even have to go towards citizenship, but they are, and again, like our Denver lawyer friend, Mr. Johanian, said, his mother, carried the card with her. So it's not a burden to have a card showing that they're pursuing permanent residency. I do have a problem with aliens, illegal aliens and legal aliens applying for memberships of our boards, because we wouldn't even know. If this came up, there's not a block on there that says, are you a citizen or are you trying to obtain permanent residency? That's not on there. So we wouldn't be able to make that, have that piece of information as we chose someone. So if this ordinance was modified to include something showing that are you a citizen or are you obtaining permanent residency, and you click on that, then yeah, I'm good with that. But the way the bill's right now, or the ordinance is right now, I can't support it.
Councilmember Coombs, for concluding remarks.
Yeah, so, I'll sound like a broken record, but we know that 20% of the people in our city are foreign born. Many of those are neither legal permanent residents nor citizens. And I think we know that our immigration process is pretty onerous and expensive. And so putting in a requirement like that creates an additional burden on folks to be participating in our boards and commissions, to be contributing on a volunteer basis in our city. So I don't support that. What I do support is us making sure that our citizens have more, or our residents have more access to participating, being engaged, volunteering their time, and that we have a more diverse representation of our community in the body of people who undertake those opportunities. So
Is there,
I hope you'll support this.
Is there any objection to moving 3C forward? Mayor objects. Any other objections?
Gruber objects.
Any other objections?
Bergen.
Burzins.
Further objections? Seeing that, I'm assuming that the majority are in support of moving item 3C forward, that item 3C will move forward. Item number 3D, Aurora Prairie Water System Expansion. Staff?
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and City Council. If you can just give me a quick second to share a presentation here. And I'm sorry, may I ask the clerk to provide me the ability to share my file?
Yes, one moment.
Thanks. Okay. So are you able to see the presentation?
Yes.
Great. So we wanted to take an opportunity to talk about the expansion of our prairie water system because there will be several large awards that will be part of this, and we thought it would be helpful to have context of the entire program. The prairie water system is our kind of second primary source for water supply to the city. We talked about Rampart system last year. The prairie water system was actually developed when we were in a severe drought in 2002, which the graph on the left shows. We dipped down to about 1 year of water supply. And at that time, we developed the prairie water system, which basically allows for us to take the mountain waters that come in from the Rampart system. They go through our system, they're treated, and then put into the South Platte River. And then because we have the ability to recapture those water rights, we actually capture them in the prairie water system and then bring them back to the Binney Water Purification Facility. This system was always meant to be expanded, even when it was conceived. But this is a little description of kind of the plan for us to get there. The Prairie Water System, just really briefly, when you pull water out of the South Platte River, we do have some preliminary treatment that's done through riverbank filtration, through ASR, and then the rest of this diagram basically shows the kind of unique treatment capabilities at the Benny Purification Facility, which are very forward-thinking and do an excellent job of treating before putting into the potable water system. In 2016, we did our first integrated water master plan, which basically looks at everything from our sources and the treatment capacity we need, all of the major pipelines and reclaimed water to provide water through 2070. In that, and I don't anticipate that you can see that table, but basically what I wanted to show you is those are all the water supply projects that we need to put into place in order to supply water to the city through 2070. Those three arrows basically show the expansions of the Prairie Water System from 12 MGD, which currently it is, to 20 MGD, 30 MGD, and 40 MGD. The 20 MGD the 30 MGD by 2035, and then the 40 MGD by 2050. And to give you a little bit of context, our peak day demand right now as the city is about 100 MGD in the middle of the summer. So once we identified kind of those big goals, we developed what was called a North Campus Master Plan. So that's the area up north by Brighton where we pull the water from the South Platte River. And it basically helps us outline how we're going to achieve those, the goals of expanding the system, which will happen in 6 major phases, which we'll go through here briefly. Again, this map, I don't anticipate you to be able to see the details on it, but it just basically shows you what the North Campus area looks like. The properties that are highlighted are properties that we're hoping to acquire. There are pipelines on there that show how we can get the water back to the city. And then the smaller dots are either planned or existing wells that bring the water from the riverbank into the system. So the 6 major phases that will be coming or that we're hoping to implement is the first one is a horizontal well pilot project, which is basically an effort to do a different style of well. Right now, all the wells are vertical wells, which are very traditional and what you'd be used to seeing. This is actually a well that runs horizontally, and our hope is that, and what we anticipate happening is that it'll have more capacity for one well. So it'll reduce the amount of cost over time for construction of the wells required to get up to that capacity. As well as help us with still being able to capture that amount of water if the river were to decline in depth. The next phase is 2021, 2023. There's a river pipeline that will take us from the east side over to the west side where our existing infrastructure is. Phase 3 are additional property acquisitions with additional wells. We actually just at the last council meeting, the lane construction well drilling was on that council meeting for award. And then there will be an additional $3.5 million or $3.3 million for related infrastructure to get those wells tied into the system. Phase 4 is a little further out as are phases 5 and 6, but they're basically pipelines, additional properties, and additional related infrastructure. These costs, though, however, do not include the land acquisitions, and this plan is contingent on our successful implementation of those property acquisitions. But this is currently the plan and the need for expanding the Prairie Water System to meet future growth and demands in the city. Oh, I'm sorry, there's a couple more slides. So this, and this is, I'll go over super briefly. It's basically just a graph that shows you how with these different phases of the project, the water supply grows to meet our goals. And then the one last thing that we did want to mention is the Benny Water Purification Facility that's at the end of the system. We have had to do several projects to that, many of which are to increase efficiencies in that plant. And there are some additional projects that are coming up for additional efficiencies, as well as to help with aspects of treatment at that facility. So were there any, I'm happy to answer any questions about this, but it was for information only.
Any questions? Seeing none, the presentation was for information only, so no action is required. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Item number 3E, Crestone Water Supply Agreement.
So that's me as well. So the Crestone Water Supply Agreement, just to give a little bit of history, ConocoPhillips has developed oil and gas assets through Aurora for the last several years and entered into an agreement with Aurora Water in 2017. Per city code, any water that's supplied within the city limits has to come from Aurora Water unless otherwise approved by City Council. Crestone Peak Resources purchased the Conoco assets in 2019. At that time, they assumed the water and other agreements that Conoco had in place with the city. The original water agreement was set to expire next year, and both parties were interested in renegotiating the terms of the previous water agreement to allow some additional flexibility and address some things that were not addressed before. The term is similar. It's a 1 5-year term with a 1 5-year term extension that is allowed for the general manager to make if we are operating under normal water conditions. Otherwise, it would be brought back to City Council. And what that means is if we don't go into additional drought restrictions during that time, it was important for the water to be able to be stored outside the city limits because there are large storage ponds in the county that oil and gas operators were interested in using. And we were fine with that as long as the water was strictly accounted for. So anything that was purchased from the city was accounted for within the city. There was a delivery point on the Prairie Waters pipeline that was paid for by ConocoPhillips. And this would be the point location where Crestone would be pulling water from. There would need to be a strict operating plan associated with that. This shows you the general location. It's south of I-70 and east of 470. And that would be their primary location for water supply. However, the new agreement also allows for the opportunity to pull water from our Sand Creek system, which we're very excited about this year, having developed or worked with the state closely to approve oil and gas as a use under Regulation 84, which is important because that water, when not being used for irrigation, was being discharged into Sand Creek, which we then can reclaim. But this would be able to use that water in the winter for oil and gas. That's a really great and responsible use of that water. This is the Sand Creek system. You can see here in purple, we're in the process right now of building a raw water tap here that will allow supply from the Sand Creek system as well as from the Rampart system in a really good water year. The cost of the water, there's a change here as well. Previously in the ConocoPhillips agreement, it was $2,400 per acre foot. It's a location of the Prairie Waters pipeline is $3,600 per acre foot. The reason for the difference is we have now accounted for, as we talked about in the last presentation, actually our ability to reclaim and recapture water from our Prairie Waters system. The kind of loss of water that's taken from that system and then goes into the oil and gas process, and then we're unable to reclaim that water, had not been accounted for. So that is now accounted for in this new rate. And then a rate will be specific to the point from which the water is delivered. So it'll be a cost based on the water cost. If we were to enact curtailment due to water shortage, Crestone would be reduced by the same amount or percentage. In this agreement, we also approved an alternate water source of supply. because we have been able to confirm that it does not impact the Aurora water supplies. And we also added more strict language in this agreement about alternate source approvals, which similarly, we wouldn't allow them if they were going to negatively impact the city supplies in any way. This term is a little confusing, but it's but I'll try to explain it. But when the Prairie Waters tap was being constructed, Conoco was in the middle of oil and gas development. So at that time, we allowed them to import water from a third party, but they had to prepay for the water that was imported, and then we would supply them that amount of water that they prepaid for. The primary reason for that is getting their water supply from a groundwater source that's very close to the city. However, Conoco didn't use the full amount of water that they had prepaid for, and so that amount of water has been transferred over to Crestone for an owed water volume, and so that's included in this agreement. We're going to meet annually. They're going to be providing us quarterly drilling and completion plans for us to marry up what their demands are compared to the supplies that we have available and the locations. And the agreement replaces the Conoco Phillips agreement in full.
Further questions? Sorry, questions?
Yes, Mayor.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you. So I did have a question from a constituent who reached out about this. And could you just explain for the public's benefit again why we require city water to be used for these kinds of activities within city limits?
Yeah, so any water that's within the city limits, we require to be provided by Aurora Water, so as to not create the opportunity for competing systems within the city and for our residents, for our customers. And however, the council does have the authority to approve that if they had wanted to do something different.
Further questions?
Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember O'Connell.
And again, this constituent also asks, are there any alternatives to using city water that would also protect non-rechargeable sources of water, such as wells or something like that?
That's not something that I guess I can answer for sure. I know that they are looking at an alternate source that does not impact our sources. I do know that that's limited and it's rather far away. So is it in the realm of possibility? Yes. Is it, are those sources likely really far to get back to the city? Likely, yes.
Further questions?
Just a comment.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I just want to commend the staff in the water department because I think they really worked hard to make sure that we protect our water supply and obviously negotiated using the reclaimed water at a higher rate. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Councilmember Johnston.
Yes, mine is just a comment. I also had some questions from constituents. So the backup, the questions asked from PED were helpful to myself, but also constituents to provide more information. But again, with the operator agreement that was originally in place and that, we weren't able to make any changes. I know that this is a better proposal or system than we had. And as Mayor Pro Tem Bergen said, I really appreciate that staff, we do have some additional safeguards in place, especially, if our water is impacted, the higher rates, the different provisions that have been put in from staff, I think have been really responsive, at least to some of the questions and concerns I've gotten from the community in the past with our water and the oil and gas industry. So thank you, Sarah, for this presentation and the work you did with this.
Sure, thank you.
Further questions? Well, thank you. There's no action required on this, correct?
This one is in agreement to
So there is is there objection to moving item number 3E forward? Seeing none, then item number 3E will move forward. Item number 3F, resolution of the City of Aurora, Colorado, expressing the Aurora City Council support of revisions to Exhibit A and B of the Crestone Peak Resources Operator Agreement. Mr. Moore?
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. Appreciate your time this evening. And Happy New Year to everyone as well. Just a point of order, I want to make sure that we've been meeting for 2.5 hours. If anyone needs a break before we begin this next item, which could be 25 or 30 minutes.
Okay. The time is now 8:54. We will reconvene at 9 p.m. Council will come back to order. Please proceed with the presentation.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I am waiting for access to share my slides. I've got some here to share as a brief intro to Crestone Peaks Resources presentation. There we go. Very good. So let me click on share and we'll get started. All right, very good. And this item this evening, you're going to be hearing from Crestone Peak Resources and their proposal to modify their field development plan. I'm very excited about this presentation as I believe it represents an excellent opportunity to reduce the impact of oil and gas operations in the city, while at the same time allowing full access to develop all mineral interest. As I've said before, the vision that I've established for the oil and gas division here at the city is that we steward access to the natural resources under our authority with integrity and respect for our citizens, businesses, and the environment. I take that authority very seriously as the oil and gas manager, and I know that each of you do as well. I'm very happy to say that Crestone's proposal this evening is very much in line with our vision and with our core values. Let me give you a brief background on Crestone Peak Resources before I turn it over to Crestone staff. They are the largest operator currently within Aurora. They purchased these wells about a year ago from ConocoPhillips. They currently operate 58 wells on 25 well sites, and there's an additional 251 wells and 19 additional well sites which were approved by the operator agreement. And that operator agreement was, of course, assigned to Crestone Peak from ConocoPhillips. Now, Crestone made this presentation to PED on December 9th. In the operator agreement, it allows the operator to revise the list of wells and the well sites. And the way they do that is to revise their exhibits A and B, which is a list and a map of those wells in the operator agreement. But typically, you might expect that an operator would come and want to drill more wells, but Crestone is actually requesting to reduce the total number of wells and the total number of well sites. To do that, they will consolidate some of the well sites, and 3 of those will have more wells than were originally presented to council when the operator agreement was presented and agreed upon. The oil and gas division is fully supportive of Crestone's proposal, as it will reduce surface impact within the city and also provide greater protection for public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources within the city limits. Now, let me please introduce Ms. Ashley Campbell from Crestone, and she will begin their presentation.
This is Cameron Main. Can I have permission to share my presentation?
Yes, one moment, please.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Ashley Campbell, and I'm the Government Affairs Advisor for Crestone Peak Resources. And joining me this evening is Cameron Mean, Senior Service Landman. And we also have several members of the Crestone team available for any questions you may have. We're grateful for the opportunity to be with you this evening. So first, I'll give you a very brief introduction to Crestone, and then Cameron will provide you an overview of the operator agreement revision. So Crestone is a Colorado-based oil and gas company formed in 2016 and backed by the Canadian Pension Plan Investment Board. We are proud to call Colorado home and currently employ approximately 160 Coloradans who are all experts in their field. At Crestone, we pride ourselves on our best-in-class safety performance, our demonstrated commitment to environmental stewardship, and our engagement with local communities. Next slide, please. So demonstrated on this slide are our 4 planks, or our strategic approach in 4 planks. The first plank is our unwavering commitment to health and safety. Most recently, Crestone received the Gold Leader Award from CDPHE. This award is for companies that have made significant progress toward improving the environment in Colorado. We were previously at the bronze level, and because of our performance, we were able to bypass the silver level and go straight to gold. The second plank is our industry-leading mitigation. We utilize 3-mile laterals to move farther away from impacted communities and reduce our overall surface impacts. We also understand that some nuisances do exist with our operations, and we have sourced a virtually odorless, high-efficiency drilling fluid that's exclusive to the DJ Basin to help with odor mitigation. Third is working collaboratively with local governments. Crestone currently has 4 operator agreements guiding our operations in municipalities along the Front Range. We hope you will see this collaborative approach in our presentation this evening. And lastly, is a smart, defined, and transparent stakeholder engagement process that allows us to hear from potentially impacted communities. We recently hosted a community meeting with Arapahoe County, and in this meeting, we utilized it to let them know that we were withdrawing our application for a controversial well pad in their area because we were able to find a better suited alternative location from the previous operator's proposal. Next slide, please. This slide demonstrates our pride for calling Colorado home, and we are highly active in the communities where we live and operate. With the closing of our acquisition from ConocoPhillips in March, Crestone was able to invest in our first community partnership in Aurora. We were a sponsor of the 2020 Aurora Public Schools Foundation Annual Gala, which, as you know, was hosted virtually this year. And we look forward to expanding our community giving in this new to us operating area. Our other community partners are highlighted on this slide as well and demonstrate our other areas of operation. And with that, I'll turn it over to Cameron to discuss the revision.
Hi, my name is Cameron Ming. I work with Crestone Peak Resources. I'm a surface landman and wanted to thank the council for the time tonight. As Mr. Moore previously said, we're trying to reduce the impact that we are having on the city of Aurora. We're asking for revision to the exhibits A and B of the operator agreement. The reason for this is that we've been able to identify areas where we can consolidate wells and we can consolidate well sites. By doing this, we can reduce those number of well sites. We can eliminate 2 specifically, and we can reduce the cumulative impact on the city of Aurora. This map gives you an idea, more or less, of Crestone Peak Resources' leasehold position in relation to the city of Aurora. You can see that we are east of the city, south of the airport, the Denver International Airport, more or less straddling I-70 to the east. You can see the gray boxes with inside the yellow, and those are the well sites that are approved under the operating agreement. What we are proposing to do is eliminate 2 of those, which would take us from 45 well sites down to 43, and we would be able to eliminate 4 or 5 wells from the proposed wells that we had initially planned for. I'm going to zoom in on one area. This area you can see is south of the Denver airport and north of I-70, more or less along Monahan. And this is what we call our King and Bijou well sites. What we want to do is completely eliminate the Bijou South well pad. And we can do that by adding a few wells to the Bijou North well site. And we would also like to eliminate the second phase of the King well pad, which would keep that at 4 wells and move those additional 4 wells north. The second area that we wanted to focus on is the Lone Tree area. And this is just a little bit north of Jewel, between Jewel and I-70. And we want to eliminate the Lone Tree South pad. Now, that originally had 6 wells planned. We want to move some of those to the Lone Tree North pad, which would take that to 15. Now, what we are hoping and what we know, we've been able to evaluate that this will have a significant impact on land disturbance, on water usage, on emissions and different things. So we took the Lone Tree area, we did an environmental impact study to see more or less what we thought the reductions would be. And you can see from this slide that because of the elimination of the Lone Tree South well pad, and what you're not seeing is that we're also able to, we're eliminating well sites outside of the city of Aurora. So this is helping show some of that reduction as well, but we're reducing that by 38%, total VOC emissions by 44%, water use by 36% for drilling and completion operations. And we are able to eliminate a significant impact to wetlands, streams, and floodplains. There was a road that was planned to go to that South Lone Tree well site that was going to be approximate to some water area, and we are able to eliminate that completely. And not only that, but we are able to reduce our time by an estimated 260 days for construction, drilling, and completion, which helps us with the cumulative impact, the traffic concerns, impact to neighborhoods, impact to the area in general. And to remind you of a couple of things that we included in the operator agreement that we wanted to highlight are the best management practices. And Crestone Peak Resources has a very high standard of our BMPs already, but addressing these things are noise mitigation, dust suppression. We are sampling the air quality. We are committed to road repairs. As Ashley mentioned earlier, we are taking steps for the odor concerns, and we are monitoring the water quality near our well sites. So in summary, we're trying to revise these exhibits A and B, and wanted to make sure that the city council knew that we were changing the maps, that we were eliminating those well sites and eliminating wells from the operator agreement. So again, we're fully eliminating 2 well site locations. Well sites and planned wells will be reduced. Low emissions, lower traffic, lower water usage, lower impact to the environment. And we're hoping that this is not the only time that we're able to do this. As we continue our development plan, as we build this out, we're hoping to find further efficiencies in further areas where we can consolidate and make additional changes similar to these.
So, are there any questions? Questions of presenters, staff?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I just want to point out, this was also presented to the Planning and Economic Development Committee last month. And so your total acreage is being reduced, and then you're also moving some of the sites north to reduce some of the impacts south, where they might be closer to development and so forth. And so I guess in summary, reducing the environmental impacts, water, like you said, emissions, traffic, and so forth, correct?
That's correct, yes. And you'll notice that some of these areas are near developments that are coming up, and that's why we wanted to try and do our best to consolidate areas here where there may be some impact. And yes, by eliminating some of these well paths, we're fully eliminating impact to riparian areas.
Thank you.
Further questions?
Mayor.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you. I received a couple of comments from some of my constituents on this. Even though these are outside of Ward 4, they are very environmentally focused. And they pointed out that one of the pads here is still slated 1,290 feet away from the closest residence. Another one, and a couple of others are actually described as over 1,320 feet. And, that's pretty far below the COGCC's recent 2,000-foot rule. Now, I understand this predates that. But I wanted to just see if there was a chance that there would be another site or another potential for consolidation still that might be a little closer or even meet the COGCC's current regulations?
Sure. We're fully aware of the new COGCC regulations, and on top of that, and continually looking at areas where we can improve and make those adjustments.
Sure. So, but with this regard to this specifically, are there any opportunities, to do the consolidation while also getting a little closer to those setbacks? Or is that just not something that was really looked at when y'all were trying to consolidate and redesign this a bit?
Which one are you? Do you have specific sites in mind that you're referring to?
Yeah, I was just pulling the ones off of the backup that we had here. So you'll forgive me, I have to flip to the maps where they're called out, those distances. So now you get to watch me flip through my iPad.
Councilmember Marcano, I'm going to come back to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs, did you have something?
No, I was going to ask similar questions, so I'll just let them pull that up.
Okay. Are there any other questions?
Mayor?
Councilmember Johnston.
Yes, I just want to go back to, maybe this is kind of connected with Councilmember Marcano's issues, but the rules with the COGCC, even though the operator agreement was put in place before the new setback rules, those still apply, however, to this operator agreement. I just want to clarify for the public's information.
Yes, very good point.
Okay.
So,
Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you. So on that, the sites that I'm looking at specifically are Lone Tree 465, 15, 16 North. That one is 1290 from the closest residence. Let's see here. Then there's King 365, 28, 29 South. King 365, 28, 29 North. And Bijou 365, 19, 24 North. All of those are listed at greater than 1320. And I guess I'm also curious to know exactly how much greater.
I'd have to go back and look. I don't have that number specifically. At the time, 1320, the quarter mile was what we were concerned with. And so that was what we put as the distance in the operator agreement. I can assure you right now, the King and the Bijou are, there's nothing out there yet. And we're very mindful of that. I'll note that the section 20 and section 19, those are near the Aurora Highlands. And we're working very, very closely with the Aurora Highlands on making sure that we're in compliance, and we are working very closely. They're very, very aware of our presence.
Further questions? Seeing none, the question before us is whether or not to move item 3F forward. Is there any objection to moving item 3F forward? Seeing none, item 3F will move forward. 3G, federal and state priorities.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me, Mayor?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I'm Luke Palmisano, Intergovernmental Relations Manager with the city. I'm presenting tonight on the state and federal legislative priorities. I'll be asking for support for these items. I'll give a brief overview of each individual priority, and then we'll ask for council support of that individual item. The first state legislative priority recognizes the affordable housing crisis and notes that local governments can be a key player in finding a solution by utilizing their local land use authority. CML has proposed legislation that would amend the Colorado Revised Statutes to clarify that local governments may regulate the development and use of land within their jurisdictions in order to promote the development of affordable housing units. This legislation would confirm the rent control statute doesn't apply to land use regulations and requires local governments to provide a menu of options for a developer to comply with any affordable housing requirements. This priority calls for support of that CML initiated legislation. Does council support this priority?
Is there any objection? Seeing none, yes.
All right.
I have a question on that real quick.
Oh, Mayor Pro Tem.
Sorry. Okay, so if you own land, we're not changing the regulations that they are currently under. Everything would fall under our current UDO zoning?
Correct. What this would do would give each individual municipality the power to decide for their, to set their land use regulations.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. All right, the police reform is our next state priority. The FSIR committee supported Senate Bill 217, Enhanced Law Enforcement Integrity, that the state legislature passed last session. And the city has been proactive on reforms inside their own department. This priority calls for additional reforms and cleanups to Senate Bill 217. These include clarity on definitions related to minor crimes and excessive or reasonable force, a mechanism for due process before post-certification is revoked, clarification related to data collection, and efforts to standardize data collection across jurisdictions. Does council support this priority?
Any objection?
Mayor, I have a.
Councilmember Gruber.
Just real quick, we determined in an earlier meeting that State Bill 217 has increased the amount of money that the city has to pay for insurance, as well as increasing the liability of the city in cases of lawsuits. I would like to see an addition that would ask the legislature to address that, to give the city some additional protections.
Okay.
Is there any objection to that? Okay. Is there any objection then to the proposal itself?
Mayor, I have a question.
Councilmember Coombs.
Yeah. So, Luke, I'm just wondering, with respect to the due process protections regarding post-certification, what does that mean exactly? Like, what are we looking at there, and what is currently in place in that regard?
Yeah, the currently in place, and this was part of, let's see, let me find my notes. This was part of Senate Bill 217, and it would go if an officer was found to have violated something and then was sent to lose their post certification. There was no mechanism for them to have due process, to go through a process to challenge that or have evidence. And so this is one of those proposals that would give them sort of a voice during that process to challenge the findings.
Okay, and then just as a follow-up, what prevents that from being abused in the way that some of the existing appeal provisions around disciplinary issues are currently abused?
I do not have an answer for that. I can look into finding information. I'm not sure that the full mechanism has been fully created yet. So I think I need to get some more information and get back to you.
Okay, I want us to make sure we're not recreating the problems that we currently have. So thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Objection? Seeing none, then council supports.
Okay. The next set of priorities relate to professional licensing. Currently, barber, cosmetology, esthetician, nail technician, hairstylists, and other related professional licensing in Colorado requires that an applicant provide a social security number to obtain a license. Additionally, the exams for many of these professional licenses are only provided in English. This adds additional barriers for immigrants and refugees to successfully integrate into the community. This priority requests state legislation to allow licensure for cosmetology and other related professions with a taxpayer identification number and to have these licensure tests in languages other than English. This would be in alignment with the recently adopted citywide immigrant integration plan passed by City Council. Does Council support this priority?
Is there objection? Seeing none, support.
Okay. The City of Aurora has adopted massage business licensing requirements. The city requests the state legislature create legislation to provide a statutory reference and authority for local jurisdictions to access the Federal Criminal Justice Information Database for applicants and owners of massage facilities. Federal law requires a reference in state code. Similar authority exists for liquor licensing and pawn shop licensing. Does council support this priority?
Is there objection? Seeing none, support.
Okay, transportation is another issue of strong importance for the city. This priority requests the state to increase transportation and transit funding. Last session, House Bill 1151 would have granted transportation planning organizations such as Dr. Cog the authorization to exercise the powers of a regional transportation authority. These powers include the authority to impose fees, charges, and with voter approval, taxes. This priority would specifically support passage of this bill, as well as an increase in transportation and transit funding more generally. Additionally, the city will monitor recommendations from the RTD Accountability Committee. Does council support this priority?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
So we currently have regional transportation authorities, Saria, and then the one up north, and then I think might be forming a third one. So those areas are already being taxed for regional infrastructure. So would this be, I don't want to double tax people. So would this add another layer of taxation for possibly similar projects?
Yes, potentially.
Okay, so I'm not for that. And then I'd like to, year after year, when we when we go through the state priorities, Gun Club Road is never addressed. I've been saying it for 5 years. And so I would like Gun Club Road to be, that we advocate to actually widen it, complete it, put some state funds towards that road. North of Quincy, it's a state highway.
Okay, I can, if council supports that, I can add that.
Thank you.
Is there objection to Mayor Pro Tem's proposal? Very well. Is there objection to the overall proposal?
Mayor, I object. I'm concerned about the lack of information on taxation.
I can. Yeah, as far as information about taxation, I think once the bill would be passed, this particular bill, it would be up to the transportation planning organizations, and they would have to go through a Tabor vote. But the bill would be carried over from, it's a bill from last year, so it's still in the drafting stage. I don't have much other information on it at this
So, Luke, if I say, if I stand corrected that they cannot enact in this proposal, they cannot enact a tax. It has to go back to the vote of the people.
Correct.
Councilmember Gruber.
And that was the point I wanted to make. I guess it was twofold. First, the first one would be to create the authority, and then the second one would be to create the tax that the authority supports. So if those are added, I'm good.
Okay. Further questions, comments? Seeing none, is there any objection? It's the position of support.
Okay, thank you. The next priority relates to marijuana at the state level. As in past sessions, the city will monitor closely any changes the state considers regarding the regulation of recreational and medicinal marijuana consumption. In addition, the city will support local control and the authority to regulate businesses related to the processing, extraction, manufacturing, and sale of consumable and industrial hemp. Does council support this priority?
Discussion, discussion, questions? Is there any objection? Seeing none, then council supports.
Thank you. The next set of priority concerns immigration. Aurora is welcoming of immigrants and refugees and has created the Office of International and Immigrant Affairs to facilitate their successful integration. At the state level, this priority calls for support for the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act and use of Title II funds from that act to serve people with barriers to employment, including English language learners, low-income people, and immigrants. The funds can also be used for citizenship and civic engagement programs. In addition, the city will closely monitor state legislation related to improving oversight of and the conditions within private prisons that house individuals with pending immigration status issues. Does council support these priorities?
Comments?
Question?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, on the oversight of the private prisons, so that would be state legislation. How is it done now?
That's a good question. I cannot answer that. This was a priority that we carried over from last year. It's one of those things where it's a statement of what we would be looking for, but I do not have information on how that's monitored at this point.
Okay, because currently, for example, the health department would have oversight over health-related, right, issues?
Right. Right.
So I guess I was trying to figure out what other oversight would be in place.
And that's a good question. I think with that part of the priorities, it's simply just stating that it's something that council is interested in, and that would go through the normal FSIR process as far as each individual bill.
Okay, but it says we'll closely monitor, okay, related to, okay, that's good. And then on the public contracts for services with the, the term illegal alien replaced with unauthorized worker, do we, if we have a public contract, aren't there certain rules that they have to abide by I-9? Like their employees have to have checked all the I-9?
Yeah. And as far as these priorities, I had broken them into two categories. That was a sort of a second one. I anticipated there'd be some discussion. So I was going to ask for support of these first two and then go to that specific one, if that's okay.
Okay, sure.
Okay, is there objection? Seeing none, then support.
Okay, and as Council Mayor Pro Tem Bergen was speaking of, the next one calls for city support of legislation concerning replacing the term illegal alien with unauthorized worker as it relates to public contracts for services. There was a bill last session, House Bill 1294, that would have made this change. Does council support this priority?
Discussion.
Well, so my question about do we have a requirement currently? I mean, I guess the term can be changed, but separate from that, do we require documentation for when we contract out with a contractor, when the city does?
Do we, in terms of documentation, you mean in terms of immigration status?
Do we require that their employees have I-9 documentation?
It looks like Rachel Allen, city attorney, is posting in the chat. Yes, it's in state statute.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Sure.
Further discussion.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
You got Councilmember Gruber.
Yeah, we discussed this earlier, and the point is that these are federal terms that if they're going to be changed, it should be changed at the federal level and not the state level. Otherwise, we just introduce confusion as to what word means what. So if the words are going to be changed, if we're going to have a vernacular argument, they should be changed at the appropriate level, and I don't think the state is the right level. So I object to this.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Moreno.
This is one of the things that I had flagged in Pfizer for us to change. We have it in our language for our state lobbying contract, and I think anyone who, anyone can read the fine line and understand that terminology is offensive and is unnecessary. I think it's more than just about classification. I think it's become a derogatory way of referring to people. So I think there's no harm in us, again, to Councilmember Bergen's question, we still require certain documentation. It is literally supporting the name change at the state level because it is a state statute, so we wouldn't be able to do that locally. So I support this, and I think it's a simple way to be respectful to and humanizing a group of people.
So Luke, the current term is undocumented?
Yes, no, I'm sorry. The current term is illegal alien, and it would be changed with unauthorized worker for at the state level.
Okay. I would certainly support undocumented worker, but not. Okay, further comments? Seeing none, objection.
Well, I was just going to agree with you on the undocumented part.
Okay.
Is there a what's the difference, undocumented versus unauthorized? Because
the difference is only in that the specific bill that we would be supporting called for the language unauthorized worker.
Yeah, and I had originally asked for undocumented worker in full transparency, but we haven't had a chance to work with the bill sponsor on changing the language, but I figured unauthorized is better than illegal alien.
Okay. Objection?
Mayor?
Councilmember Burzins.
Thank you. And honestly, I looked up the word unauthorized worker, and you could be talking about a 15-year-old. I mean, you could be talking about a lot of different things. Nothing even to do with an immigration status. So unauthorized, I think, is the wrong word for this. So, I mean, I can't support that because we're really talking about undocumented, but the unauthorized just opens up a whole plethora of other things it could be. So I think that is the wrong word, and I can't support that word.
Good point. Further discussion? Councilmember Lawson.
So Luke, my question is, can't we tell our lobbyists that we're looking at undocumented and maybe go towards in that direction? I mean, instead of unauthorized?
Sure. The draft of the priorities uses the phrase unauthorized. We could use no language and just request that the term illegal alien is changed and work with the bill sponsor. If it's council's prerogative, we could do undocumented worker instead of unauthorized worker. It's totally up to council.
That would be my preference. I would vote for that. And go to and have the lobbyists lobby that at the state legislature with the bill sponsor.
Is there objection to changing unauthorized to undocumented? Very well, then that's the direction. Thank you.
Okay. All right. The next state priority concerns climate change. The city of Aurora and city management have developed a vision for growth for the city that focuses on the principles of sustainability, energy efficiency, and renewable energy. This priority calls for state legislation that supports this vision. This includes a repeal on the ban on local government regulation of plastics, expanding production of alternative energy and renewable energy standards, promotion and expansion of electric vehicles and EV infrastructure, and pursuing green building standards. Does council support this priority?
What is the issue on plastics?
It is a repeal on the ban of local government. There's a ban on local government regulation, and it would simply repeal that ban.
Okay, so that it's permissive then.
Correct.
Okay. Is there questions or comments?
Question.
Mayor Pro Tem.
On pursuing green building standards, obviously there's a difference between encouraging that and mandating it. So my concern is we are looking at affordable housing, and the more standards you add, especially something that would be more costly, is going to add to the cost of home. So we're not in support of mandating anything, right?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions or comments?
Mayor.
Councilmember Murillo.
Thank you. When it comes to the conversation on sustainability, I know that the regulation of plastic, I think in part that conversation is on taxing bags, plastic bags. And that's something that I wanted to just flag as a if we consider that issue in the future, the disparate impacts that that could have on communities of color, low income communities of color. So just as like as a side note, that was a part of the conversation we had in Pfizer, that likely would lead to future conversations on that. And I support local control. I don't necessarily support the taxation of plastic bags necessarily. So just, I guess, being aware of where that conversation could lead us.
Further discussion. Further discussion. Is there any objection to supporting that particular position? Seeing none, then council will support.
All right, thank you. The final state priority concerns civil rights. It is the policy of the city that no person shall, on the grounds of race, color, national origin, sex, disability, religion, or age, be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or be subjected to discrimination in any operation of the city. The city embraces efforts at the state legislature to uphold these principles and supports bills that expand protections for and oppose bills that seek to discriminate against the LGBTQ plus community. Does council support this priority?
Discussion. Is there any objection? Seeing none, council supports.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll move on to federal priorities. On December 27th, 2020, President Trump signed a COVID-19 relief bill allocating $900 billion in new funds. Among the provisions are additional funds for small business assistance, housing assistance, testing and tracing, stimulus checks, and an extension of unemployment assistance. The City of Aurora recognizes these provisions as a good step forward, but calls on Congress to pass additional relief. As such, there are a series of priorities that deal with COVID-19 relief. The first priority calls on Congress to allocate additional direct funds to state municipalities through the Coronavirus Relief Fund and to lower the threshold to access the funds. Does council support this priority?
Discussion? Any objection? Council supports.
Second priority related to COVID-19 pandemic concerns additional resources to support small businesses and workers through additional funding to the Small Business Stabilization Fund, National Health Emergency Dislocated Worker Grants, the Paycheck Protection Program, Work Share and Unemployment Programs, and other federal grants that support businesses and workers. Does council support this priority?
Discussion? Objection? Seeing none, council supports.
Thank you. The city also calls on Congress and FEMA to allow as much flexibility on how local governments utilize federal funds and that reimbursement for the use of funds be broad and all-encompassing. Does council support this priority?
Discussion? Objection? Seeing none, council supports.
Thank you. Another priority concerning the COVID-19 pandemic relates to tax credits for paid leave and paid sick leave that was included in the Families First Coronavirus Response Act. The act required businesses and public agencies to provide the leave, but did not allow municipalities to receive the payroll tax credit that is available to businesses. This priority calls on Congress to designate additional funds for municipalities to mitigate this financial cost. Does Congress support this priority?
Discussion? Any Mayor Pro Tem.
So businesses can deduct it as a tax credit or have a tax credit?
That's correct. It's part of the payroll tax credit, okay, but it didn't extend to municipalities.
Okay, thank
you. Further discussion? Objection? Seeing no objection, council supports.
Thank you. Next up are a set of priorities that relate to housing and homelessness. With the challenges of the pandemic, the city has worked to provide non-congregant shelter to the city's homeless. The first priority around housing and homelessness calls for additional CDBG and emergency solutions grant funding in the annual HUD appropriations bill that can be used for the city by the city for programs to shelter the homeless and for increased flexibility for how the funds can be used. Does council support this priority?
Discussion? Objection? Seeing none, council supports.
All right, thank you. Housing and housing assistance are also important priorities for the city. This set of priorities calls for an extension of the Federal Housing Finance Authority, the Federal Housing Administration, and the CDC eviction moratoriums for the duration of the pandemic, and for clarification of federal guidance surrounding the moratoriums. All these moratoriums have been extended through January 31st of this year with a recently passed COVID-19 relief bill. This priority also calls for support for waivers for renters for federal housing programs, suspension of rental and utility payments if loss of income has occurred due to the pandemic, and additional funds to help low-income renters. Does council support this priority?
Discussion? Objection?
Question?
Mayor Pro Tem.
So by supporting this and supporting the moratorium on residential evictions, what about the landlords?
Yes, that is in terms of funding to help them.
Well, yeah, because they're going to go out of business. They're going to end up foreclosing on their properties.
Yes, they are eligible for some of the federal business programs that we advocated for before. So they hopefully, presuming Congress passes additional funds, would be covered through that.
Is there any way to tie the two together? I mean, I would hate to cause an effect like you do one, which causes foreclosures, and then people don't even have a place to live. So is there a way to tie that together somehow?
Of course, I think these, as part of our federal priorities, they're tied together. And then once we as a city have, or council as a city has supported these, we can direct our lobbyists, and we could certainly make a push with them to support both of those hand in hand.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you. This is more of a general question, I guess, Luke, 'cause I don't see it anywhere in here. But in the state section, there was, I think, one item that was kind of something that we were looking for, just taking a general position on. And I was just wondering if you had heard about any traction to repeal the Faircloth Amendment with regards to housing at the federal level.
Yes, I think that's definitely an item I've heard of. It's relatively new in terms of, for me, I know it's been talked about for quite a while. And it was not included, as you know, in this. It's certainly something we could include. I probably want to write something up and bring it back to council. But I think a lot of eyes were looking on how the Georgia Senate races, which hopefully we'll know tomorrow or by the end of the week, to kind of see if that would be something. I think the House passed an amendment earlier last year, a repeal of that amendment.
It's discussed at the very least, but yeah.
So it's certainly something that it is on our radar, yes.
Further discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection? Seeing none, council supports.
All right, thank you. Also among housing priorities, our support for.
How many more do we have? How many more do we do?
We're getting close.
What does close mean?
There's a few more in housing, okay. Police reform. I'd say maybe five or six.
Proceed.
Okay, thank you. Among housing priorities are support for an increase in CDBG and home funds, support for the Eviction Crisis Act that would improve data analysis on evictions, support for the Fighting Homelessness Through Services and Housing Act, which would authorize $750 million annually to support supportive housing models, programs that would preserve housing for low-income households, and other changes to HUD programs that would provide housing assistance.
Discussion. Discussion. Objection. Seeing no objection, council supports.
Thank you. The last priority related to housing and homelessness concerns homeless veterans. The city requests an increase in the number of HUD VASH vouchers allocated for Aurora. These vouchers are used to provide rental assistance, case management, and clinical services to homeless veterans. Council support.
Discussion. Any objection? Council supports.
Thank you. The next one is police reform. In addition to state level priorities on police reform, the city has priorities related to police reform at the federal level as well. This past summer, council outlined and supported 8 national priorities. I'll give a quick rundown of those. There was the Justice for Breonna Taylor Act, which would end no-knock warrants, a national ban on chokeholds, the Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act, the creation of a national database to track officer wrongdoing, creation of a national standard to hold police officers accountable in a situation where they fail to intervene to prevent another officer from using excessive force, legislation that would end mandatory minimum prison sentences, legislation that would end civil asset forfeiture by law enforcement, and the Ending Qualified Immunity Act. Does council renew their support for these priorities for 2021?
Discussion.
Question?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Couple, on the eliminating mandatory minimum prison sentences, how are those set? They're set, so the federal government sets those?
Correct. There was a, scroll down to my notes, there was the Anti-Drug Abuse Act law of 1986 required minimum sentences for certain drug offenses. And so then it was, which was preceded by the Sentencing Reform Act of 1984. Both of those set the national standards, but they were set at the national level.
Okay, and I get it on the drug offenses, but what about murder, rape, child, molestation, pornography, whatever? Are we then eliminating those mandatory minimum sentences as well?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, so does that need clarification? Maybe?
Yes, I can.
Certain mandatory?
I can make a clarification to that.
Okay, and then my second question is on the ending civil asset forfeiture.
Yes.
So if police, I don't know, raided a drug house, right? Well, I don't even know if we're allowed to seize the equipment, but if we were allowed to seize whatever equipment, then this would say we are no longer allowed to seize that, correct?
No, because
No?
civil forfeiture, I believe, involves things that were involved, but involved in a criminal activity. I'm sorry, civil forfeiture, but unlike criminal forfeiture, the property owner doesn't have to be charged with a crime. So if it's involved with the crime, it would be, as I understand it, would be part of criminal forfeiture.
I gotcha. Thank you. That exactly clarified it. Thank you.
Sure.
Further discussion?
Mayor, real quick.
Councilmember Grover.
All right, I just want to hammer this down. So we've had many grow houses in Aurora. If there is a raid on a grow house and the federal government is involved, FBI, DEA, whatever, I want to make sure that the grow equipment can be confiscated, that this won't remove the ability to confiscate all the equipment used in the grow operation, the illegal grow operation.
No, because the equipment was used in a criminal manner, it would be subject to the criminal forfeiture.
Thank you.
Further questions, discussion? I don't support the no-knock provision. I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm sorry. I just, on the Ending Qualified Immunity Act at the federal level,
yes.
Does that in any way, if there's for our state, obviously we passed it with SB 217, but other states that don't have this, would they still be able to maintain qualified immunity in their state if against the federal? I was wondering if those two.
No, if the federal government, as I understand it, and I know I've got some city attorneys, and so it's getting into an area slightly outside of my expertise, but as I understand that if the federal government removed qualified immunity, it would involve all the states as well.
So no state powers, no state.
This specific bill only refers to police officers, and it only refers to when constitutionally secured rights are violated. So if there were other cases of qualified immunity for the city, for example, it would not apply to that. It's only for this specific act that council would be supporting, only involves police officers.
Further discussion?
If the state legislature ever in the future reversed the qualified immunity, then it would be against.
That's federal. Correct. That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, is there further discussion? Are there any objections? I object. Any other objection? Councilmember Burson?
Object.
I'm sorry. Okay. Councilmember Gruber. Burzins. Bergen. Kaufman. Gruber, Burzins, Bergen, Kaufman. Anybody? Any other objections? Seeing no further objections, the council supports.
All right, thank you. Now we're on to infrastructure investment. The first priority has been identified by Aurora Water and relates to the time it takes and the costs associated with obtaining permits for infrastructure projects. The U.S. Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management, and the Army Corps of Engineers have all delayed analysis and decisions on Aurora's requests due to lack of staff expertise and staff time. This priority calls on Congress to adequately staff and fund these agencies so that they may process water supply project and watershed health permitting requests in a timely and efficient manner. Does council support this priority?
Discussion?
Burzins?
Councilmember Burzins.
Yes, I totally support it. We've been doing this for 11 years. And what's one more year? Let's give it our best shot.
Okay. Further discussion? Seeing none, objections? Seeing none, council supports.
All right. In light of the devastating wildfires that ravaged the state this year, healthy forest legislation is especially critical. Aurora's water supplies originate in the headwaters of 3 major basins that lie in the Arapahoe, San Isabel, and White River National Forests. Aurora's municipal water supplies suffer greatly as a result of previous forest fires. In order to protect the drinking water supplies, the city supports increases in funding for forest programs, including pre-fire mitigation, post-fire recovery, and streamlining approval process for watershed projects. Does council support this priority?
Discussion? Any objections? Council supports.
Thank you. Aurora Water has a diverse water supply from 3 major river basins, with at least one area of our system experiencing drought and reduced water supplies in any given year. In order to protect water supplies, this next priority calls for support for climate change subsidies, planning and adaptation abilities, along with improving accuracy of hydrological and weather system prediction tools and technology. This priority supports promotion of and adequate funding for economic and efficient energy use, increasing water storage capacity, both surface and underground, and evaluating reclaimed water projects to maintain a reliable drinking water supply. Does council support this priority?
Discussion? Objections? Council supports.
Thank you. This next infrastructure priority concerns how drinking water standards are set. The Safe Water Drinking Act, passed in 1974, created an administrative process through the EPA to set drinking water standards. This process was put in place to help understand the science behind a given contaminant, including understanding the prevalence of a given contaminant within drinking water utilities throughout the United States, understanding the health effects and risks associated with that contaminant, and understanding the cost implications associated with treatment before setting a national standard. Circumventing the SDWA processes with legislation has the potential to place undue burden on public drinking water utility customers. This priority calls on Congress to amend the Safe Water Drinking Act to revise the administrative process and enable the EPA to more efficiently set national standards. Does council support this priority?
Discussion? Objection?
I just have a question about that.
Councilmember Johnston.
So I like the fact of scientists instead of Congress setting the standards. Is that what we're talking about with
Yes.
the EPA? Okay.
Yes, exactly.
Right. Thank you.
Well, Luke, isn't it about that some of these standards have been unachievable, and isn't the net result about trying to have more realistic standards?
I believe so, yes.
Mayor?
Councilmember Johnston.
Then I think I might need some clarification, because the EPA has gone through a lot of changes in the last 4 years, and hopefully we'll have some other changes these next few years. But if it's more realistic standards and the EPA is lessening the standards of what Congress has, then I wouldn't support. So I guess I don't know if I want to make a blanket of like EPA over Congress. I'd like to see what those standards
I
are.
will use one of my lifelines and see if Marshall Brown wants to chime in. This priority was
And
written
this can
by-
be, we can get back. I mean, this might be a clarification later, Mayor.
Well, Congress can always override the EPA if the president signs it.
Right.
I have a similar question.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So I'm on the Cherry Creek Basin Water Quality Authority Board. And one of the issues that always comes up is there's a Reg 72 that requires, it's for basically quality of water, but it's for phosphorus determination. And it's such a unreasonable standard that nobody is ever able to meet it. So they just spend all this money over and over on mitigation, and it's almost impossible to meet that standard. So would this be similar where you can't meet that standard? Is that what they're trying to achieve balance on?
So if I could, this is Marshall. I'll weigh in briefly. This is more about using the science to set the standards, and in using the science to set the standards, there's a few different factors that come into play. One is the public health risk, and that's the primary driver. Then there are secondary drivers like, is it realistic to, for example, set a phosphorus standard that is unachievable due to mitigating circumstances or controllable circumstances. So public health and safety is the first driver. Then other things come into play, but this is really about prioritizing the science behind setting the standards so that we have reasonable standards that are not just arbitrarily set.
Further discussion, questions? Seeing none, any objection? Seeing none, then council supports.
All right, thank you. The next priority concerns the Colorado Outdoor Recreation Economy, or CORE Act, Camp Hale National Historic Landscape and Wilderness Adjustment. Aurora Water is developing a joint-use water project in the Eagle River Basin that minimizes environmental impact and is cost-effective. As currently written, the CORE Act includes a new Camp Hale Historic Landscape designation, creating conflicts with water supply projects. Aurora and its partners are working with sponsors to develop neutral language for Camp Hale designations. This priority requests opposition to the CORE Act as written and requests support for revised language allowing for needed water rights development. Aurora is also in conversations for a conceptual wilderness boundary adjustment that would allow necessary analysis and permitting for the least environmentally damaging and practicable alternative for future water supplies. The City of Aurora requests support for adjustments to the Holy Cross Wilderness boundary, allowing for achievement of the Eagle River Memorandum of Understanding, Goals, and Objectives. Does Council support these priorities?
Discussion? Objection? Seeing none, council supports.
All right, thank you. The next priority relates to transportation infrastructure. The Fixing America's Surface Transportation, or FAST Act, is set to expire in September of this year. This priority calls on Congress and the USDOT to address funding shortages and adjust program regulations. These requests include additional direct funding to cities and an increase in local decision-making authority, as well as increases in funding for the FHWA Railway Highway Crossings Program, the Surface Transportation Block Grant Program, and for transit-oriented development. Does council support these priorities?
Discussion? Objections? Seeing none, council supports.
Okay, the next set of priorities concerns the immigrant and refugee community. This first priority calls for Congress to remove restrictions that prevent Medicaid coverage of COVID-19 testing for green card holders and for DACA recipients. Does council support this priority?
Discussion? Objection? Council supports.
All right, the next priority concerns Colorado's request support for the New Deal for New Americans Act. This act would establish the National Office of New Americans that would administer a number of programs. These programs include provision of legal services for those in need of applying for citizenship, assistance to organizations that teach English, means to reduce barriers and help for individuals preparing for naturalization, support for workforce development programs, and will provide other social, economic, and civic support to refugees and immigrants. Does council support this priority?
Discussion. Objections? Council supports.
Our immigrant and refugee priorities also include support for the DACA program. Does council support this priority?
Discussion. Objections? Council supports.
The final federal priority on immigrants and refugees calls for support of the Temporary Protected Status Program, which allows nationals from other countries affected by armed conflict or natural disaster, to live and work in the U.S. for a limited period of time. Under the current administration, DHS has ended protections for immigrants from 6 countries. This priority calls on DHS to renew and extend the program in 2021.
Discussion.
Yes, question.
Mayor Pro Tem.
What are those 6 countries?
I do not know. I'm not sure if Ricardo is still on the line.
See.
If not, I can get an answer to that and get back to you.
Yes, I would not support unless I knew what those 6 countries were.
Okay.
Is there further discussion? Is there objection? I think Mayor Pro Tem objects.
Well, I mean, do we have to decide right now? Because can we just find out what the 6 countries are? If it's a terrorist country, I think none of us should support them.
I don't think there's. I think.
That's what I mean.
Well, I think actually.
Yeah,
there are some Middle Eastern countries that are involved, but the individuals are trained.
I'm sorry.
I mean, would we be supporting North Korea?
Call countries terrorist countries? Could we not?
Okay, so North Korea is not. Is North Korea like a friendly ally that we want to support?
I mean, I think we probably want to support their people coming here to seek protection. I think that we can say we may not want to support something without calling whole countries terrorist countries.
Okay, the basis of the program. The basis of the program, temporary protected status, is that whatever the country is, if it's engaged in a civil conflict, if there's a natural disaster, then individuals from that country can apply if in fact the federal government grants them that status. And I think it's I can't remember if it's the State Department or DHS that makes it.
Well, I guess my concern was, do we vet? So if there's conflict in a country and there is
people are individually vetted, even under TPS. Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, I looked it up. I can give you the 6 countries. It's El Salvador, Nicaragua, Sudan, Haiti, Honduras, and Nepal.
Okay, Yemen. Okay. Is there an objection? Seeing none, council supports.
All right. Our next set of priorities concerns the military and veterans and recognizes the importance of Buckley Air Force Base to the economic vitality of the city. These priorities call for continued support for the Readiness and Environmental Protection Integration Program and Defense Community Infrastructure Program, which provides critical funding for off-base but adjacent community infrastructure project. This set of priorities also supports the ongoing mission of the base, including support for the base in the fiscal year 2022 Defense Appropriations Bill and the Colorado Air National Guard's request for Buckley to be an F-35 bed-down base. Does council support these priorities?
Discussion. Objection. I was going to say Colonel. Councilmember Gruber.
Just real quick, the backup material includes the efforts for Buckeye to become Space Command headquarters. That decision has already been made. So is that removed? You didn't say that, so was that removed?
Unfortunately, it's in the backup, but it will be removed. I did know that, and it will be removed in the final copy.
Thanks, Luke.
Sure.
Further discussion? Any objection? Seeing none, council supports.
Okay. Our next priority relates to marijuana at the federal level. This priority recognizes state legalization of recreational and medicinal use of marijuana and city council approval of the licensure of retail marijuana establishments throughout the city of Aurora. With the use, possession, and sale of cannabis remaining a federal crime, the city calls on Congress to support lifting the illegality of banking services to the cannabis industry through support of the secure and fair enforcement.
Discussion? Objections? Seeing none, council supports.
All right. Our final federal priority concerns climate change, recognizing the city's vision for growth that focuses on the principles of sustainability, energy efficiency, and renewable energy. This priority calls for Congress to support legislation and funding that incentivizes carbon capture, use, and storage, advances alternative fuels, advances energy storage technology, improves energy efficiency, modernizes infrastructure, builds and supports community resilience, and seeks to lower carbon dioxide emissions. Does council support this priority?
Discussion? Seeing none, is there objection?
Persons, discussion.
Councilmember Persons.
Yeah, I'll support this as long as it does not make housing more expensive. You know, we're all for lower housing costs. So as long as this doesn't raise it, I'm for
it. I think this priority is vague. It doesn't support any specific legislation. So I can't guarantee that something that we support in this general priority would raise housing costs, but I think it's just more of a general statement of principles.
Yeah, and that's why I said that, because it is so general. It's just a big umbrella. Who knows what's in it? So,
okay. Further discussion?
That's my concern.
Further discussion? Objections? Seeing none, council supports.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Members of council, that was our final federal priority.
Mayor, excuse me.
Councilmember Persons.
Thank you. While Luke is here, I want to thank you so much for helping us, the 5 of us, get the letter out to Governor Polis, stand with our workers and our small businesses. So I want to thank you and Roberto for your work on that.
Of course, happy to help.
Thank you.
3H, a resolution by the City Council of Aurora, Colorado, authorizing the city manager to temporarily suspend enforcement of city code section 146-463B4 at 3293 Oakland Street, Aurora, Colorado. Is there a staff presentation, Mr. Joyce? Is there any staff to speak on 3H?
Mayor, this is Jessica Prosser, Director of Housing and Community Services. This is to allow for safe parking and camping at the emergency shelter that has been established on Oakland Street. This would only allow for this during the emergency ordinance and the length of the lease. And so if we wanted to allow for safe parking and camping in another area in the city, we would need to, amend the ordinance to allow for that. So this is for a temporary allowance at the emergency shelter.
Discussion? Is there any objection? Then we'll move 3H forward. Items from the city manager. Review outside agency appointments. Susan Barkman.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This agenda item this evening is for the intergovernmental organizations appointments that we do. This is an annual review We have a number of appointments that expire about this time of year. And so if you guys are okay, what I'd like to do this evening is just to go through the organizations. I'll tell you who the current person is, if there's a term limit. Unless otherwise stated, I'd like to just assume that the term would expire at the end of 2021, if that works for everybody. Okay.
Objection? Is there objection? But seeing none,
Wait. I'm sorry.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Is this our warehouse?
I'm sorry, what are you on?
Are we at 3H?
We just finished 3H.
We just finished.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Never mind. I'm behind.
Okay, please, Susan Bargman, please proceed.
Okay. I'm going to give you a fair warning. My computer seems to be freezing, so hang in there with me if I need it. Accelerate Colorado. I have Councilmember Berzins is our current person, and there is a 1-year term limit. So I think we are looking at replacing Councilmember Berzins as the representative.
Or Councilmember Berzins could serve another term, should council decide. I'd be willing to put my name in the hat again.
Any objection? Okay, then Councilmember Berzin will serve another year.
Thank you.
The Adams County Aging Network is up next. We have Renee Keener and Councilmember Allison Coombs are the representatives. I was not able to track down contact information for Renee Keener, so I'm not sure if they're still interested in serving another term or not.
And I actually never received any information whatsoever. I even tried to look it up and figure out who to contact, and I couldn't. So I'm going to go ahead and withdraw my name from that because I wasn't able to ever figure out how to serve on that committee.
Can you have two council members? Does it require a council member and someone else to serve?
The city has an allotment of 2 representatives. It does not state that they have to be council members.
Okay. Councilmember Hiltz, do you wish to continue to serve?
It was Councilmember Coombs.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I say it wasn't.
Okay, it was Councilmember Coombs. Do you wish to serve on that?
No, Mayor, I was just clarifying before that I was never able to find the information necessary about how to serve or who to contact, so I'm going to withdraw from that because I looked extensively last year and couldn't figure it out.
Okay, do we have a member that wishes to serve on this? So, Susan, we don't have a member.
Mayor, that's okay.
Okay, that's. Did we lose you? Susan, did we lose you? I think, Susan, we may come back to you then. Let's see. That's really the last item.
Mayor?
Councilmember Johnston.
Could we just, I know we do this usually the first meeting of the year, and I know we have a different study session agenda, but is it okay if we just move that to the next?
I think we'll have to. Okay.
Mayor, I only have one question about that.
Yes.
And that is, we were going to switch our Dr. Cog position.
Well, let's do that right now.
Wait, you know what? We'll be able to because it's the next.
When's the next meeting?
Is the 20th, I think, and so we'll have a study session before that, so we should be fine.
The 20th of January?
Yeah.
Is the next meeting? No, I don't think we have a study session until 1 February.
Right, we don't because of.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do it. Let's do it.
Okay, so we'll just contact Mac and figure out what we need to tell.
Yeah, let me ask. Let's do this right now. Who desires to continue serving on their? Let me go down the members and see who desires to continue serving on their existing board or commission. And so on DRCOG, I was the principal and Councilmember Coombs was the alternate. We're going to switch, and she'll be the principal delegate, and I'll be the alternate.
Mayor Kaufman?
Yes. Oh, Susan, you're back. Okay.
I'm back.
Oh, Susan's back. No.
Okay.
Okay, so we're up to DRCOG. So I've gathered Mayor Kaufman is going to be the alternate. Councilmember Coombs will be primary.
Yes.
Yes.
Mayor, real quick, you had a really good idea. Could we do that first, and then if people want to change, as opposed to walking through each one?
Yeah. Susan, why don't we do this? Just call off the names of the members and see who wants to continue with what they're doing. And let's just do that first.
Okay, so when I bounced off, I was looking at the Adams County Airports and Coordinating Committee, which had council members Johnston and Gruber.
Oh, sorry. Susan?
I think
yes. I think we're gonna just go by council members.
Okay.
And see who wants to. And no offense to you, I think it's just it's so late.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. Okay, so we did the mayor. And this, I'm just going to go down. Councilmember Lawson, what would you like to continue doing?
I'm on the DRCOG for Adams County, so I'd like to stay on that.
Okay.
And I'm on the Highland Canal. I'll stay on that as well.
Okay, thank you.
And
Mayor, is there another opening on that? Because I am interested in that as well.
Which one? I'm sorry.
The Highline Canal.
Is there another, Susan, is there another opening on Highline Canal?
Give me just 1 second. There we have the mayor is an honorary chair. Councilmember Lawson is our representative. No, there is not.
Okay.
Okay, that's okay. I was just wondering. No worries.
Okay, so Councilmember Lawson, we've gone over your stuff.
yeah, well, that's not on here, but I'd like to stay on RTD Imagine as well, which will be coming back sometime in January.
Right.
I think that's all I have.
Okay. Councilmember Hiltz?
I am on the AEDC and the FRA, and I'd like to stay on both. And I don't think I'm on anything else.
Oh, and this is Mike Hoffman. I would like to stay on FRA. Okay. Councilmember Gruber?
I'm good with all the assignments I have now.
Okay. Councilmember Gardner?
I'm fine with what I have now.
Okay. Let's see. Councilmember Murillo?
Yeah, I'm okay with my assignments as well.
Okay. Councilmember Johnston?
I'm good with mine. Thank you.
Councilmember Berzins?
Yes, I'm good with mine, except we already talked about Accelerate Colorado, and I don't know if you heard that, Susan. I'm going to stay another year. We need to back up to hang on. Aurora Economic Development. Councilmember Bergen and I need to switch. I need to, because I'm chair of PED, I have an ex officio, and she had it last year, so I will have it in 21. And then she, if she wants it, she can have my term in 21.
I would like that.
Okay.
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 Councilmember Marcano?
I am happy with both of my assignments.
Councilmember Coombs?
Yeah, I mean, just making sure we note the switch on DRCOG.
Right.
And then I also did notice in the backup that Visit Aurora wasn't on there, but I do want to continue.
Okay, very well. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I would like to stay on E470. So, and then AEDC we just mentioned, and then I'm on the Cherry Creek Basin Water Quality Authority. Should we have an alternate on that?
Susan?
It doesn't say that you can't have an alternate.
I'd be happy. Wait, when are the meetings again?
They're the third Thursday of the month at in the morning from 9 to about 11.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be happy to serve as an alternate.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Hang on. Mayor Pro Tem, you have to serve at urban drainage and flood control.
Oh, that's right.
That's what the Mayor Pro Tem does. And that is the third Thursday.
In the morning?
No, 12:30 to 3:30.
Wow, okay.
It's a long meeting.
Well, Councilmember Coombs, would you want to just go ahead and take Cherry Creek Basin Water Quality Authority?
Okay. Yep, I'm happy to do that.
Probably what I will need to do is work with you to, because it's a very complicated committee, but maybe on the first meeting get together.
Yeah, we can do that beforehand and just
okay.
Okay, great.
All right.
Great. Susan, I think we got it covered.
Mayor and council, what I'd like to do is update the list, review it, and then if you all are okay, I'd like to just add it to the consent calendar. There are several appointments. I just want to make sure that there are several appointments that are not council members. And I want to make sure that if we need to fill those, that we have a plan to fill those as we move forward.
Okay. Great. Items from the city council. Are there any? Call-ups of council policy committee items. Miscellaneous items. Items removed from the agenda, if any. Policy committee minutes. I'm not sure why we always have that on there. Thank you very much, everybody. Meeting adjourned.
Night, y'all.